Chapter 849. He Ji-chu didn't move. He maintained his languid posture as he leaned against the sofa. His left elbow rested on the sofa's armrest, and he rested his chin on his hand. The fingers of his other hand tapped casually on his thigh. His shimmering, sultry eyes slanted upward, and he had a soul-stirring charm about him. His voice, however, was incomparably cool and indifferent. He looked at Gu Nianji. That's just a little toy from the U.S. military lab. Yi Xian didn't know much about firearms, but such a powerful gun could only be an advanced test product from the U.S. military laboratory. After all, the most powerful weapons in the world had all come from the U.S. military laboratory, including the internet, which had become an indispensable part of people's lives. It was first created in the U.S. military laboratory, so he didn't doubt it at all. He nodded firmly. This thing is too powerful, so it must be very expensive to make, right? He Ji-chu nodded coldly. It cost me a lot of money. You know that I have a big family business, so I have to keep something to protect myself when I go out to work. But now that you know about my family treasure, you have to save me some face in the future. He looked at Hu Xiaoheng meaningfully. Especially Major General Hua. You have to be magnanimous and let me go. Hu Xiaoheng smiled slightly and said calmly, our country doesn't allow private people to carry guns. As long as you don't bring your family treasure into our country, there won't be a problem. Don't worry, Major General Hua. My family treasure will definitely not enter your country. He Ji-chu turned to the side in response to Hu Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji felt a bit regretful. Wringing her hands in front of her, she sighed. What a pity. I can't see such a famous gun with my own eyes. What a pity. He Ji-chu was speechless. Aren't you exaggerating? You call this a famous gun? He Ji-chu snorted. You really haven't seen the world. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes flashed, and he quickly exchanged a look with Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang's sitting posture didn't change, and even the expression on his face didn't change. He maintained the same exaggerated expression as Gu Nianji and smiled. It's really a pity. Compared to Professor He, we are all country bumpkins. Yeah, if only I had such a gun. Last time in Germany, I wouldn't have been chased like a stray dog. Gu Nianji was still brooding over falling into someone else's trap in Germany. She still hadn't figured out who the real mastermind was. When she thought about the difficulties and obstacles of the trip to Germany, she couldn't help but think about the psychopathic German murderer, Seth, and the H3OB7 they had given her. Gu Nianji's gaze drifted to Hu Xiaoheng, and she narrowed her eyes to size him up. Hu Xiaoheng's scalp went numb from her stare, but with his personality, this tiny feeling wouldn't affect him in the slightest, so he didn't move. He only looked at Yi Xian and said, It's been hard on you this time, but you were framed in the United States. Have you thought about who did it? Why would they frame you? Also, have you contacted that lawyer? Although Hu Xiaoheng actually knew what Yi Xian had done in the United States, Gu Nianji didn't know, and no one else knew that he knew, so she still had to use Yi Xian to say it. As expected, Yi Xian's expression darkened, and his hands involuntarily clenched into fists. He closed his eyes and finally said, Gu Yanran was the one who set this up. Of course, she wants me dead. Only God knew how difficult it was for him to say that. For the past few years, he had spent all his feelings and energy on this woman. It was so blind, but also so devoted. The feeling of being entrusted to someone inhuman was so real and so painful. Yi Xian's eyes turned red, and he quickly took a deep breath. Looking up at the crystal chandelier in the living room, he was a bit emotional. Gu Nianji habitually bit her lower lip in thought, and 2 tiny teeth marks appeared on her plump, curvy lips. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her bad habit coldly. He reached over and lifted her chin. His thumb gently pressed against her chin to free her lower lip from her teeth. He said, Be careful. Don't grit your teeth in front of outsiders. It'll affect your image. Gu Nianji was furious and instinctively pushed Hu Xiaoheng's hand away. Her bright eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng and lowered her voice to say word by word, "Hu Xiao, please behave yourself." He Zhichu was also angry. He sat up straight and looked at Hu Xiaoheng. He said coldly, "Hu Xiao, I just said not to touch Nianji in public." Hu Xiaoheng waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Bad habits need to be corrected in time. This is not touching. This is discipline. I'm already an adult. I don't need you to discipline me." Gu Nianji stood up and sat on the armchair on the other side of the coffee table. He Zhichu also stood up and was about to speak when he heard the doorbell ring. It turned out the hotel had delivered food. He opened the door and asked the hotel waiter to set the table for him. He tipped the waiter and said to come back in 2 hours to pick up the cutlery. "Okay, dinner is here. If you don't mind my humble abode, please take a seat." He Zhichu was in a good mood and politely invited everyone to the dining room to eat. Hu Xiaoheng actually didn't have any appetite, but if he didn't eat now, it would seem like he was throwing a tantrum with Gu Nianji. He was so much older than her, so he couldn't be like her and be in a bad mood just because she was throwing a tantrum. That would be too degrading. So Hu Xiaoheng calmly walked over. He Zhichu's dining room had a long Western-style table. The set meal he ordered was also separate. Gu Nianji was already seated. He Zhichu sat in the host's seat, and to his left was Gu Nianji. Next to Gu Nianji was Ma Qiqi. Yi Xian sat across from Gu Nianji. Yin Shixiang was originally sitting next to Ma Qiqi, but when he saw Hu Xiaoheng enter, he couldn't help standing up. Hu Xiaoheng didn't mind at all and raised his hand to signal for him to sit down. He himself sat next to Yi Xian. Everyone had a plate in front of them, and in the middle of the table was a 17-course feast. The hot dishes were simmered on a small alcohol stove, and the food was as delicious as it had just come out of the pot. Everyone was eating like it was a buffet. They picked their favorite dishes and put them on their own plates. Although Ma Qiqi enjoyed watching the show, she liked to eat even more and was a true foodie. Now that she saw the 5-star hotel's takeout, she was already eager to have a good meal. She first drank some sea cucumber and corn chowder to fill her stomach, then took a charcoal oyster and put it on her plate to eat carefully. Gu Nianji originally didn't have much of an appetite, but when she saw Ma Qiqi eating so happily, she also took an oyster to eat. There was so much seafood, but she didn't seem to be interested in oysters. She casually ate one and didn't eat any more. She only scooped up a bowl of soup to drink. Hu Xiaoheng didn't eat at all. He only sat at the table with a glass of red wine in his hand and spoke slowly to Yi Xian. His voice was very low, so it was impossible to know what they were talking about. Gu Nianji took a bite and looked across at him. He still seemed angry. He Zhichu stopped eating after eating a shrimp. He swirled the red wine in his hand and also spoke to Gu Nianji. "How's your thesis going? What about the lawsuit with Gu Yanran?" Gu Nianji had grown up with Hu Xiaoheng, so she originally followed the principle of not talking during meals. However, she saw that even Hu Xiaoheng didn't follow this principle, so she didn't want to follow it either. She quietly said to He Zhichu, "The thesis is still a little short. It's only half done, and there are some places that I need to look up. As for the lawsuit..." She looked at Yi Xian, who was talking to Hu Xiaoheng enthusiastically. Yi Xian is the key witness. He Zhichu took another sip of red wine. His expression seemed a little impatient, but he didn't say anything. He nodded. "It's good that you have a plan. If you need any help, just let me know." Gu Nianji quickly said, "I've already troubled you this time. If it weren't for you, Yi Xian wouldn't have come back alive." He Zhichu wasn't modest. He smiled brightly at her. "It's good that you know." On the other side, Hu Hu Xiaoheng finally turned to look at Gu Nianji and He Zhichu. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Gu Nianji's stubborn expression, he swallowed his words. Ma Qiqi was the only one eating happily at the entire dining table. After she finished eating, she was so satisfied she could barely walk. It was Yin Shixiang who dragged her to the living room to walk in circles so she wouldn't disturb the conversation. Hu Xiaoheng put down his wine glass. Seeing that He Zhichu had also finished eating, he said to him, "There's something I'd like to ask Professor He. Would it be convenient for us to talk in private?" He Zhichu put down his napkin and looked at Hu Xiaoheng coldly. Hu Xiaoheng still looked calm and collected. He didn't show any emotions on his face. "Yes, please follow me." He Zhichu finally got up and led Hu Xiaoheng to the study. Gu Nianji and Yi Xian were the only ones left in the dining room, so it was just the right time to talk. She looked at Yi Xian, who had his head down the entire time, and said quietly, "Yi Xian, are you sure that Gu Yanran was the one who set this up? This is the second update. It's delivered to the leader of Bagel's 16th April promotion. Today is still the third update requesting recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today is June 1st. I wish everyone a happy June 1st. The third update is at 7 p.m. P.S. You can vote for guaranteed monthly votes now." Chapter 850. Yi Xian looked at her with raised eyebrows. How could it not be her? Pausing, Yi Xian continued expressionlessly, "She first went to my company to make a scene and took the opportunity to throw out the lawyer's address. She knew I would definitely go check it out myself. Who else could it be if not her?" Gu Nianji shook her head. "She set up a trap to lure you to Little Rock Canyon to find that lawyer. But do you think she could set up a trap in the United States and have a 4-star admiral cover for her? If she had that kind of power, why would she have gone around looking for backers to protect the Gu fortune?" Yi Xian frowned. "You mean there's someone else behind her?" "There must be someone else." Gu Nianji didn't hesitate to pat the table to remind Yi Xian. "She couldn't sit still the moment you told her you gave me the inventory of the Gu fortune. She wouldn't let you live to ruin her plan. But in the Hua Xia Empire, what she can do is really limited. If she's not careful, she'll lose herself, so she had to lure you to the United States." Yi Xian nodded and said woodenly, "Maybe." Gu Nianji was a bit dissatisfied with Yi Xian's behavior. "Yi Xian, did you know that after you went to the United States, Gu Yanran pretended to be abused by you? She was admitted to the hospital and got the injury report from the hospital. In court, she used the injury report to slander your reputation and tried to make the inventory of the Gu fortune invalid. She also said that the reason you abused her was because she refused to give you the Gu fortune." Yi Xian looked up in shock, his expression as if he had been struck by lightning. "What did you say?" "I abused her." Gu Yanran. For the Gu fortune. This was the biggest joke in the world. "Yes, it's not normal abuse, it's sexual abuse." Gu Nianji's expression was solemn. "She and her lawyer said you were domestic violence, but I replaced domestic violence with criminal assault and used that as an excuse to extradite you back to the Hua Xia Empire. However, Professor He was even more powerful. He helped you settle your case in the United States and obtained proof of your innocence. That way, you wouldn't be extradited back to the Hua Xia Empire but would enter the country normally. It would be very beneficial for your domestic case." Yi Xian was flabbergasted. There's still a domestic case. WTF. Gu Nianji pretended not to hear what Yi Xian said and continued to say, "Your criminal assault case in the Hua Xia Empire should be resolved very easily. If you're willing, I can recommend a few lawyers to you." Yi Xian let out a long sigh and leaned back in his chair. He closed his eyes. "Can I directly sue her for framing me?" "Of course." Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. "Why don't you just let Professor He continue to represent you?" I don't think Gu Yanran will even have to kneel in court. Yeah, I'll ask Professor He. Yi Xian wiped his face and looked sadly in the direction of the window. It was late at night, and the streetlights outside the window emitted a dim yellow light. Through the curtains, one could vaguely see the shadows. It was too beautiful to be real. Gu Nianji attempted to comfort him. Yi Xian, this is not a big deal. As for your criminal injury case, ask Professor He to submit a few alibis for you, and the other party will have to withdraw the case. It won't even reach the point of going to court. Also, after that, you can sue Gu Yanran for slandering you and tarnishing your reputation. You can also make her suffer. Yi Xian nodded. I'll think about it. Actually, what he wanted more was to tell Gu Yanran clearly and ask her why. Gu Nianji didn't think much of it. Gu Nianji did not think much of it. How could there be so many strange whys in the world? It was just three things. It was either for fame, profit, or love. Gu Yanran was definitely doing it for profit, which was money. To this woman, money was probably the most important thing in the world. She really didn't seem like the daughter of an invisible tycoon. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and continued, Now, I want you to say something. In a few days, the court will be in session again. Are you willing to appear in court as my important witness? Be your witness. A witness in the estate dispute case. Yes. Gu Nianji nodded. This means that you will be standing on the opposite side of Gu Yanran. Are you willing? Gu Nianji felt that she could trust Yi Xian now, but she couldn't let her guard down. She still didn't know Yi Xian very well. Asking him to appear in court as her witness had already taken a lot of determination. Yi Xian thought about it and nodded. Okay, I promise. Gu Nianji sighed deeply. Then I'll see you in court. Tell me everything you know about Gu Yanran, and I'll choose what I can say and what I don't need to say. Everything. Yi Xian laughed. You're so greedy. There are so many things that can't be said in a short time, and it has nothing to do with the estate dispute case. Just pick the important ones. Okay, that's fine. Gu Nianji agreed. How about this? You gave me that list of assets because you didn't want to appear in court to argue with Gu Yanran, right? Yi Xian didn't avoid it and nodded. Yes, I didn't want to argue with her and testify against her in court. That was why he had privately given Gu Nianji the list of assets and didn't mention anything about helping her testify in court. However, Gu Yanran had a guilty conscience and finally forced Yi Xian to the opposite side. Gu Nianji understood the reasoning behind it and felt more at ease with Yi Xian. Okay, then you have to prepare these things in the next few days. As she spoke, Gu Nianji listed the things she needed Yi Xian to prepare in advance. For example, what could be used to verify Yi Xian's list of assets? Bank accounts and deposits were easy since they could be verified directly at the bank. However, other things, such as the major holding companies in the Cayman Islands, would be much more difficult to verify. Yi Xian thought about it and said, I can make an index and list all the evidence I can find, then see what I'm missing. Then I'll have to trouble you. Gu Nianji stood up. Find me if there are any problems, and we can discuss it together. Yi Xian stood up with her and walked out of the dining room. As soon as they arrived in the living room, they saw Ma Qiqi and Yin Shixiang sitting on the sofa very close to each other. Gu Nianji couldn't help coughing. The two of them separated like they were electrocuted. Gu Nianji found it a bit funny and turned to Yi Xian. You can stay at Professor He's place for the next few days. I'll take you to see the guest rooms and see where you'd like to stay. Anywhere is fine. Yi Xian didn't care at all. The two of them were about to look at the guest rooms when the doorbell rang again. The four people in the living room looked at each other and didn't know who it was this time. Gu Nianji stood the closest to the door and looked through the peephole to see that there were actually 4 police officers. 3 male police officers and a female police officer stood quietly at the door. Gu Nianji quickly opened the door and asked in confusion, "May I ask what business you have with me?" "We received a report that a Barbadian man, Yi Xian, has been arrested on suspicion of criminal assault. This is the court document." The male police officer showed Gu Nianji the arrest warrant approved by the court. Gu Nianji was very surprised. "It's late at night. You guys also work at night?" "This arrest warrant was just issued. It was the third watch. Today was still the third watch requesting recommendation votes and monthly votes. P.S. You can vote for guaranteed monthly votes now." Chapter 851. The 4 police officers at the door heard her and smiled. "Madam, the police work day and night, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and there are no vacations." Gu Nianji choked. "Fine, the law enforcement department must be like that. There were people on duty 24 hours a day, 365 days a year." Gu Nianji looked down at the arrest warrant issued by the court and said, "This arrest warrant was signed at 4 in the afternoon. It had only been 2 hours since Yi Xian got off the plane." Yes, the plaintiff is a single woman. She was very afraid that the defendant would continue to abuse her when he returned. Knowing that the defendant returned to the imperial capital today, she specially applied to the court for special enforcement. The policewoman explained to Gu Nianji politely, "We followed the possible address of the defendant that she provided and searched from 4:30 in the afternoon until now. We finally found him." The police officers stared at Yi Xian's tall figure warily. The policewoman took out handcuffs to cuff Yi Xian. "Wait." Gu Nianji stopped them. "Where are your IDs?" The 4 police officers took out their IDs for Gu Nianji to see. They didn't seem fake. Gu Nianji's memory was very good, so she memorized the 4 police officers' ID numbers, names, addresses, and police stations with one glance. "Can he leave with us now?" the policewoman asked again very patiently. Of course, Gu Nianji wouldn't let these police officers take Yi Xian away just like that. What kind of joke was this? Professor, he had risked his life to bring Yi Xian back from the United States. Was he going to fail on his own turf? Gu Nianji giggled. "Please wait a moment. I have a few things to say." The male police officers weren't as patient as the policewoman. Their expressions were already somewhat unpleasant. "If you have anything to say, wait until we go to the police station tomorrow. We must take him away today." Gu Nianji originally wanted to be polite, but seeing that the police were getting impatient, she put on a stern face and said, "There are still 2 hours left today. Please wait a moment." She then closed the door. The 4 police officers looked at each other and began banging on the door. "Don't even think about escaping. Our people are all downstairs." Gu Nianji heard this and quickly ran to the balcony to look. Indeed, there were police cars with flashing lights downstairs. It was quite a scene. The police banging on the door was so loud that He Zhichu and Hua Xiaoheng, who were having a secret conversation in the study, also heard the commotion outside. The 2 of them walked out of the study. "What happened?" Hua Xiaoheng asked. Gu Nianji showed Yi Xian's arrest warrant to Hua Xiaoheng. "They're here to arrest Yi Xian." Hua Xiaoheng took it and glanced at it. He also noticed the time on the arrest warrant and flicked it with his hand. Every second counts. He Zhichu's expression turned cold. "I am Yi Xian's representative lawyer. I will go negotiate with the police." Gu Nianji grabbed his arm. She didn't want to owe him any more favors. "Professor He, you've already helped me too much. This time, you don't have to do anything. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken?" Gu Nianji was confident that she could get the court to withdraw the lawsuit immediately. She would prove that the criminal injury case was not established. However, the key point was that the police station was racing against time to arrest people, but the court trial was scheduled according to schedule. Gu Yanran must have thought of this as well, so she went all out and took advantage of the time difference to get Yi Xian out before the court started. Once he arrived at the detention center, there would be a lot more room to maneuver. It was possible to give him an accidental death at any time. Gu Nianji remembered Hu Xiaoheng saying that there was a mastermind behind Gu Yanran. Who knew where this mastermind was hiding? They were able to mobilize a 4-star admiral in the United States, so it was obvious that their power was not to be underestimated. She actually wanted to be Yi Xian's representative lawyer, but Yi Xian was an important witness in her case. If she also became his representative lawyer, it would be disadvantageous for Yi Xian to be her witness. What should she do? Gu Nianji's brain worked quickly to find a solution that would satisfy both sides. At that moment, Ma Qiqi stood up. Nianji, if you don't worry, I will be Yi Xian's representative lawyer today. You? Gu Nianji was a bit hesitant. It wasn't that she didn't trust Ma Qiqi, but she didn't want her to be dragged into this mess. Ma Qiqi quickly said, I also got my lawyer's license. Although I haven't gone to court yet, I'm only representing Yi Xian to negotiate with the police today. There shouldn't be a problem. If you want to go to court, you can change lawyers. Gu Yanran's criminal assault case against Yi Xian would never reach the stage of going to court. Gu Nianji thought about it and still shook her head. They want to take Yi Xian to the police station, so the lawyer I want to find should stay with Yi Xian in the police detention center for at least one night. Qiqi, you're a girl, so it's not very convenient for you to go to the police detention center for one night. Also, she was worried that the mastermind wouldn't let go of the lawyer accompanying Yi Xian. Never underestimate the craziness of your enemy, especially someone like Gu Yanran who was at the end of her rope. This was a painful lesson that Gu Nianji learned after dealing with Gu Yanran a few times. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Yin Shixiang. Big Xiong accompanied Qiqi and Yi Xian to the police station. Yin Shixiang perked up. He had wanted to do that for a long time, but Hua Xiaoheng was here. He couldn't make the decision without his permission. A soldier's duty was to obey orders. Now that Hua Xiaoheng had given the order, he could accompany Ma Qiqi without hesitation. Yes, Chief. Yin Shixiang answered loudly and walked to the door with Ma Qiqi and Yi Xian. Opening the door, he nodded at the 4 impatient police officers. Sorry to keep you waiting. The 4 police officers didn't say anything else and took out handcuffs to cuff Yi Xian, each holding one of his arms. Ma Qiqi walked over and gently blocked the female police officer. I am Yi Xian's lawyer. Please show some respect to my client. As she spoke, she held Yi Xian's left arm. Yin Shixiang also walked over and held Yi Xian's right arm while pushing the other male police officer to the side. It was allowed by law for lawyers to accompany their clients. It didn't matter if they went to court or to the police station. The police officers didn't say anything else and checked Ma Qiqi's lawyer ID before looking at Yin Shixiang. What about him? Yin Shixiang was about to say that he was Ma Qiqi's boyfriend, but Ma Qiqi had already cut him off and said to the police officers, he's my assistant and works for me. To accompany her to the police station to spend the night with Yi Xian, it wasn't enough to just say that he was her boyfriend. In a place like the police station, only by saying that he was a legal assistant would he be able to follow her in. Yin Shixiang also reacted and shut his mouth tightly. His expression was solemn, like a male assistant. Gu Nianji suppressed her laughter and waved at them. See you tomorrow. She then said to the 4 police officers, I will ask the court to withdraw the case tomorrow. I hope you won't make things difficult for them. Is the court run by your family? You think we can withdraw the case just because you say so? One of the male police officers was a bit annoyed by Gu Nianji's words and spoke rudely. Is the police station run by your family? You think we can arrest people just because you say so? Gu Nianji retorted rudely as she stared at the male police officer who spoke. I will remember your name, police number, ID number, and police station address. I advise you to stay 3 feet away from my friends. If anything happens to them tonight, I will be the first to sue you. As she spoke, Gu Nianji repeated the male police officer's name, badge number, ID number, police station address, and everything else on his ID. At the same time, she repeated the other 3 police officers' IDs. She didn't miss a single digit. This kind of photographic memory shocked the 4 police officers. They looked at each other and didn't say much, but their attitude towards Gu Nianji was much better. They also didn't have the slight impatience towards Yi Xian and the other 2 people earlier. Hua Xiaoheng didn't follow them to the door. Instead, he went to the balcony and sent a message to Zhao Liangze. He asked him to mobilize the Special Operations Force's informants in the police station to keep an eye on the police station that Yi Xian had been arrested. They didn't want to obstruct the police from performing their duties, but they wanted to ensure that those who wanted to use the police station to cause trouble couldn't do so. Gu Nianji was still worried, so she followed Yi Xian and the others downstairs. She watched with her own eyes as Yi Xian, Ma Qiqi, and Yin Shixiang entered the police car in the middle and watched as the 4 police officers got in. She gestured for Ma Qiqi to make a phone call. Ma Qiqi smiled as she took out her phone and waved it at her. The 2 of them had lived in the same house for so long, so they already had a tacit understanding. Soon after, the police car drove away from the B University professor's building with its lights flashing. Gu Nianji stood alone in the empty space in front of the building and looked blankly in the direction the police car had disappeared in. The streetlights were still very bright, but the places where the streetlights couldn't illuminate seemed even darker. Her mind was a mess, and she didn't want to go up and face the confrontation between Hua Xiaoheng and He Zhichu. She crossed her arms and leaned against the pillar in front of the building. She thought about how to submit evidence to the court tomorrow and get them to revoke the case. Gu Yanran's criminal injury case against Yi Xian was originally Gu Nianji's excuse to give Yi Xian an excuse to extradite. She didn't expect Gu Yanran to be so desperate that she even dared to use Gu Nianji's excuse. Seriously, Gu Nianji couldn't help but wonder what kind of secret Gu Yanran was hiding. Why would she risk it all on one throw? She stood downstairs for a while until her legs were sore, then decided to go up to get her bag and return to the dormitory. As soon as she turned around, she saw He Zhichu and Hua Xiaoheng standing not far behind her. One was on the left, and the other was on the right. It was like there was a boundary between them, an insurmountable chasm. Seeing Gu Nianji turn around, Hua Xiaoheng walked over first and handed her bag to her. Are you going back to the dormitory? He actually knew her so well. Gu Nianji took her bag from Hua Xiaoheng's hands, and although she was reluctant, she still pursed her lips and nodded. Let's go. I'll send you back. Hua Xiaoheng reached out and naturally wrapped his arm around her shoulders to protect her. He turned around and waved at He Zhichu. Professor He, you can go back. I'll send Nianji back to the dormitory. He Zhichu didn't move or speak. His entire face was as cold and clear as an ice sculpture. He just stood at the building entrance and watched Hua Xiaoheng walk further and further away with Gu Nianji in his arms. This is the first update. Today is still the 3rd update seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes. Monthly votes of 300 plus updates at 1 p.m. 3rd update at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to my 2 leaders, Enigmaanxi and Bagel16, for each tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 852. Gu Nianji frowned the entire way as she kept thinking about Gu Yanran. Hua Xiaoheng hugged her and turned the corner in front of the professor's building. When he was sure He Zhichu couldn't see them, he finally put his arms down. He put his hands in his pockets and slowed down to match Gu Nianji's pace. Gu Nianji didn't feel anything at all. She moved almost mechanically and followed Hua Xiaoheng to the female graduate student dormitory where she lived. "We're here. I'll walk you up." Hua Xiaoheng took her hand. "It's so late. Your building manager should be asleep by now, right? You shouldn't go up even if she's asleep." Gu Nianji pulled her hand out without batting an eyelid. "I'm very sleepy. I'm going back to sleep. You should go back too. There's so much to do today, and we still have to go to court tomorrow." Hua Xiaoheng stared at her and didn't speak for a long time. Finally, he smoothed her hair and patted her shoulder. "Go up." Gu Nianji left without looking back, leaving Hua Xiaoheng with only her tall and graceful back view. Hua Xiaoheng didn't leave either. He leaned against his car door and took out a cigarette. He lit it and took a puff. The night in November in the imperial capital was already very cold. However, with Hua Xiaoheng's physique, this temperature wasn't cold at all. Also, he had a lot of work to do, so he needed the cold winter air to calm his mind. He crossed his arms and extinguished the cigarette between his fingers. Looking up, he looked in the direction of Gu Nianji's dormitory. The lights in her room were on, and he could sometimes see people walking around in the dormitory. Later, she sat behind the desk in front of the window and began typing on her computer. Hua Xiaoheng could see the shadows on the curtains. They were graceful and beautiful, with a natural charm and tranquility. Gu Nianji, who was focused on her work, was the most beautiful thing in Hua Xiaoheng's heart. Gu Nianji opened her laptop and first wrote the legal documents to be submitted to the court tomorrow to request for the dismissal of the charges. In addition, she needed evidence to prove that Yi Xian wasn't with Gu Yanran that night. This evidence was very simple. It was the real-time surveillance system of Yi Xian's apartment. However, Gu Nianji suspected that Gu Yanran must have destroyed the evidence after so long. If this evidence was really destroyed, what other evidence could she use to replace it? Gu Nianji opened the map app to check the address of Yi Xian's apartment. She suddenly realized that Gu Yanran was able to destroy the property surveillance records, but she shouldn't be able to destroy the cameras outside the apartment. To be precise, that camera was a surveillance system installed by the government, and it happened to capture the entrance to Yi Xian's apartment. As long as they could obtain this record, they would be able to prove that Yi Xian had been at home the entire time that Gu Yanran mentioned and hadn't gone out at all. If Gu Yanran had been lying when she said she had tortured him that day, then her claim that she had tortured him continuously was even more untenable. Arguments in court were like this. When there was a problem with one chain of evidence, it would cause a chain effect, causing other related evidence to be invalid. Gu Nianji didn't actually need to prove that Gu Yanran's claim of continuous abuse wasn't true. She only needed to prove that Gu Yanran's claim of abuse that night wasn't true. Because the injury certificate issued by the hospital was from that night. Gu Nianji thought about it and opened Weibo to browse. Suddenly, she recalled the short video of Gu Yanran that Kai Songyin had uploaded online. There seemed to be an image of Gu Yanran naked in the video. It seemed to have been taken a few days before Gu Yanran claimed that she had been tortured by Yi Xian. Perhaps she could take a screenshot of the video to see if Gu Yanran had those old injuries on her body. If she had really been tortured continuously, there would definitely be old injuries on her body. If there weren't any, then it would be even more proof that Gu Yanran was lying. Gu Nianji thought about it and searched the internet. Of course, the short video on Weibo had already been deleted, but it couldn't resist the love of the majority of netizens for these kinds of short videos. Many people reposted and saved it on Chengdu's cloud drive. Gu Nianji searched casually and found many resources. She downloaded 2 of the short videos with the largest files and imported them into the image processing software. She planned on using high-definition technology to restore the original appearance of the video. Anyone who had seen the video would know that the video had blurred out the surrounding environment. The man who had slept with Gu Yanran had also blurred out. Only Gu Yanran had been highlighted in high definition. Gu Nianji's image processing software had been modified by her. It was her work from university, so it was much more efficient than many image processing software on the market. She only used an hour to completely reverse the blurred appearance of the short video and return it to its original state. When the man revealed his true appearance, Gu Nianji suddenly laughed. She remembered that Hu Xiaoheng had told her that the Special Operations Forces had also done video restoration work. They had restored the original appearance of the video and found the male lead of the video. It was the newly appointed Prime Minister, Tan Dongbang. It was also because of this video that the Senate had initiated impeachment proceedings. Now that Gu Nianji looked at the video, she suddenly had a different idea. She could not refute Gu Yanran's accusation of torture, but she could say that the person who tortured Gu Yanran was someone else. However, this video was considered to be banned content. She would need to get permission from the court to submit this video as legal evidence. Where could she get legal evidence? Gu Nianji thought about it for a while but still had no idea. It was already late at night, and she was a bit sleepy. She stood up and rubbed her eyes, planning to turn off the computer and go to sleep. Suddenly, there was a flicker of light somewhere downstairs. It was like the glow of a firefly, brief but dazzling. She focused her gaze downstairs and vaguely saw Hu Xiaoheng's car parked in front of the building. A tall figure leaned against the car door, and the light came from between the man's fingers. Hu Xiaoheng still hadn't left. Gu Nianji looked at her watch. It was already 1 in the morning. He had been standing downstairs for almost 3 hours. It was late at night in the imperial capital in November, and the dew was heavy. He wasn't wearing much either. Was he not afraid of getting sick from the cold? The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. She turned off the lights and prepared to sleep. But when she walked to the bed to take off her clothes, her hands couldn't move. Her mind kept replaying the scene of Hu Xiaoheng downstairs, and her heart was a mess. This person was just so worrisome, Gu Nianji grumbled, but still put on her coat and walked out of the dorm to the elevator. She took the elevator down to the first floor and walked out of the building. Gu Nianji stood on the steps and silently watched Hu Xiaoheng for a while. Hu Xiaoheng was a bit surprised to see her come down. He had seen the lights in Gu Nianji's dorm room earlier, so he thought she was already asleep. This is the second update, and the monthly tickets have been delivered with 300 updates. Today is still the third update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly tickets. The third update will be at 7 p.m. P.S. I was held up by something at night, so it was pushed back a bit. This is a bit shorter, so in order not to make everyone wait too long, I put it up immediately. It will be longer at night. Mwah. Chapter 853. Why did you come down? It's already so late and you're still up. Hu Xiaoheng's tone was slightly reproachful as he stood up and tossed the cigarette butt into the nearby trash can. He turned around and said, "Go back, I'm leaving." He waved at her with his back facing her. Gu Nianji still stood on the steps in front of the dormitory building without moving. Her hands were in her coat pockets as she quietly watched Hu Xiaoheng. Under the streetlights, Hu Xiaoheng's features no longer had the steely toughness that seeped into his bones during the day. His entire person was softened by the dim yellow streetlights, leaving only a breathtakingly handsome face. His every move had once made her infatuated with him to the bone. This was her former, Prince Charming. She had forcefully turned him from Prince Charming to her man, and then in less than a year, they had almost become strangers again. After the breakup, she had finally woken up from that deep infatuation. Now that she looked back at her previous infatuation, she didn't feel ashamed or embarrassed. In fact, she really missed the days when she could focus on being infatuated with him for 100 years. Back then, life was much simpler. The happiest thing every day was waking up in the morning to see Hu Xiaoheng, even if she had to be urged to do morning exercises as soon as she saw him. Unfortunately, we all have to grow up. Hu Xiaoheng opened the door and sat in. He fastened his seatbelt and started the car. He was about to drive away when he saw Gu Nianji still standing on the steps looking at him from the corner of his eye. She only wore a thin coat and hadn't even changed her shoes. They were the same kind of furry slippers she wore in her room. Although they looked warm, they weren't actually warm at all outside. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and finally turned off the car. He took the key out. He got out of the car and strode over to Gu Nianji to hold her arm. Let's go, I'll take you up. He was so strong that Gu Nianji couldn't push him away even after pushing him several times. Just like that, he dragged her all the way into the elevator, almost half supporting and half carrying her. Gu Nianji came back to her senses and was unhappy. Don't be like this. Did I agree to let you up? You're always talking to yourself. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted towards you. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at her, his dark eyes bottomless. You're soft-hearted towards me. Why don't I feel anything? Fine, I wasn't soft-hearted. Gu Nianji turned her head away stubbornly. I was so full that I ran downstairs in the middle of the night. Hu Xiaoheng patted her head and didn't say anything else. He walked her all the way back to the dormitory and watched as she took out her keys to open the door. Then, he walked in with her and closed the door behind him. The lights in the living room weren't on, but the light from the street lamps shone through Gu Nianji's open door. After many layers of filtering, the light was so dim that it was almost gone. There was only a layer of dim yellow shadow that allowed people to see the furnishings in the room. I'm leaving. Last time, I said that I couldn't see you until your lawsuit was over, but because of Yi Xian's matter today, I had no choice but to come and see you. You'll have to rely on yourself from now on. Hu Xiaoheng patted her head and stood there, with no intention of moving forward. Behind him was the door. Although it was already closed, his hand was on the doorknob, so he could open it at any time. So it was because he wouldn't be able to see her for a while after they parted, so he refused to leave downstairs. Gu Nianji couldn't help imagining things, but she also felt that Hu Xiaoheng wasn't the kind of person who cared about relationships. The simple reason he didn't leave was probably because he didn't have anything to do when he went back, so he wanted to think about things. Of course, Gu Nianji felt that the possibility was very small. After all, on such a cold day, who would want to think about things outdoors? She couldn't figure out Hu Xiaoheng's thoughts for a moment. Hu Xiaoheng took her hand and shook it. Intertwining their fingers, Gu Nianji felt that his hand was very cold, like ice. This was the result of smoking outside on a winter night. Wait. Gu Nianji said as she hurried into her room and took out a pair of cashmere leather gloves she had bought in the past. Put this on. Smoking outside won't freeze your hands. Hu Xiaoheng took it and smiled. I thought you were going to persuade me to quit smoking. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. This is your personal hobby. I won't interfere. Unless you wanted to quit smoking yourself, it would only annoy you no matter how much other people talked about it. Gu Nianji watched Hu Xiaoheng put on the gloves, and he looked even more stylish. She was very satisfied with her own taste. She had originally bought this pair of gloves to give to Hu Xiaoheng as a Christmas gift, now there was no need to give it to him. Go to sleep. Don't stay up late anymore. Hu Xiaoheng didn't know about Gu Nianji's thoughts. He raised his gloved hands and opened his arms to her. Aren't you going to give me a goodbye kiss? Gu Nianji was speechless. If you won't give it to me, then I will. Hu Xiaoheng said with a smile. His voice seemed to come from his chest, and it had a pleasant ending. He bowed slightly and slowly pressed his lips against Gu Nianji's. Because he was worried that Gu Nianji would be disgusted, Hu Xiaoheng didn't kiss her as deeply as before. He only kissed her lightly, and his lips gently brushed against hers. He paused for a moment, then reluctantly rolled around twice before immediately separating. He didn't even give her a chance to object. However, Gu Nianji was so shocked by the kiss that she almost couldn't breathe. It was the meeting of lips against lips. It was like a breeze blowing over a lake that had just thawed in early spring. There was a slight coolness of ice shards, but it could also create faint ripples. It was also like a newly grown willow branch hanging down from a tree, gently touching the surface of the lake bit by bit. It was firm but not forceful. It was clearly just a thin kiss, but Gu Nianji felt dizzy. She didn't know why, but this kiss that wasn't deep shocked her more than the more intense kisses she had before. She couldn't help but tremble from the bottom of her heart, and her legs involuntarily went weak. This kind of kiss made her feel cherished, valued, and treasured. She looked up at Hu Xiaoheng with a slight sense of dizziness. It was the first time she looked at him with such emotion since she returned from Germany. Hu Xiaoheng sensed that Gu Nianji's emotions were strange, and his heart fluttered slightly. Her watery eyes flashed in front of him, and her plump, curvy lips were slightly pouting. She was still maintaining a position suitable for kissing. He couldn't help but want to deepen the kiss, but when he saw Gu Nianji's blushing cheeks and thought of her lack of sleep, he held back. He only lowered his head and touched his forehead with hers. "Hurry up and go to sleep. You can barely keep your eyes open." Gu Nianji obediently agreed and looked up at Hu Xiaoheng's lips. She originally wanted more, but when she thought of the beauty of the shallow kiss just now, she held back. It was such a beautiful memory, and she couldn't bear to destroy it. Hu Xiaoheng read her mind, and slowly reached out to hug her. He pulled her into his embrace and whispered, "You still want more?" It was the third watch. Today was still the third watch, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 854. Perhaps it was because Hu Xiaoheng had stood outside for a long time in the cold night, but his voice was a bit hoarse, but it was even more magnetic. It was like someone had taken a soft goose feather and brushed it against her ear. The numbness spread from her ear all the way to her heart. However, Gu Nianji snapped out of her daze when Hu Xiaoheng spoke. Her face flushed and she bit her lower lip hard. Stiffening her neck, she didn't make a sound, even though she really wanted to. However, her rationality told her that this wasn't right. She had to hold on. She wasn't ready to accept Hu Xiaoheng again. She couldn't be so intimate with him. Hu Xiaoheng chuckled when he saw her like this. He held her waist with one hand and lifted her chin with the other. His thumb slowly and gently caressed her lower lip. Gu Nianji couldn't help loosening her teeth, and her full lower lip was freed. Hu Xiaoheng bent down and pressed his lips against hers like before. However, this time, he stuck out the tip of his tongue and licked the lower lip that Gu Nianji had bitten. He said, "Next time I see you bite your lip, I'll punish you like this." When he spoke against her lips, his hot breath was like aged wine. It was intoxicating. Gu Nianji was deeply bewitched. She couldn't help but open her arms and wrap them around Hu Xiaoheng's strong waist. She tiptoed in his arms, snuggling in his arms. Gu Nianji's faint fragrance intoxicated him. He wanted nothing more than to immediately carry her and push her onto the bed. However, Gu Nianji seemed to feel his arm move, and her body stiffened. Hu Xiaoheng could only suppress his wild thoughts and continue kissing her gently. He could acutely sense that Gu Nianji liked being treated so gently. Perhaps he had been a bit rough in the past, but for a normal man, getting straight to the point with the woman he loved was what they wanted to do the most. Moreover, Hu Xiaoheng was 100 times more hot-blooded than a normal man. However, in order to untie the knot in Gu Nianji's heart, he suppressed his burgeoning desire and tirelessly kissed her lips over and over again. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, they touched once, then parted again, then parted again. When Gu Nianji felt like it wasn't enough, she would moan softly, and he would linger on her lips a little longer. When she started to kiss him back, he would take a step back, provoking her to chase after him. Gu Nianji's arms moved from his waist to his neck, until she was almost hanging off him. She was so engrossed in the kiss that it was as if the previous kisses did not count. The kiss now was the one that truly entered her heart. It could be stored there for a long time, and when there was no one around, she could take it out and savor it carefully. When she finally woke up from the intoxicating kiss, she found that her hoodie was pushed up to her chest. She had returned to the dormitory to change her clothes in preparation for bed. She did not wear a bra inside, only a loose cotton teddy bear sweater. He didn't expect it to make things easier for a certain someone. Gu Nianji panted slightly as she lowered her arms. She looked down at her chest and asked in a hoarse voice, "What are you doing?" Hu Xiaoheng took it out nonchalantly and pulled down the sweater that had been pushed up for her. He said calmly, "Your clothes are messed up. I'm helping you tidy them up." Gu Nianji glared at him. She did not understand how he could use such a serious tone to talk about such a shameful matter so confidently. "Okay, it's late. Go to sleep. I'll leave after you sleep." Hu Xiaoheng did not allow her to argue. He took her hand and walked into her bedroom. Gu Nianji stopped at the door with her back to Hu Xiaoheng. She whispered, "I'll sleep by myself. You can go back. It's very late." "Okay." Hu Xiaoheng looked at her graceful back and was a bit reluctant to let her go. Her long hair was a little messy from the kiss just now. Hu Xiaoheng tidied her hair and hugged her from behind. He whispered in her ear in a very low voice, "Good night, Xiao Guai." Gu Nianji nodded and whispered, "You too, okay." Hu Xiaoheng hugged her loosely and took a deep breath at the nape of her neck. Then he released her and turned to leave. Gu Nianji did not look back. She heard the sound of the living room door opening and closing. She knew that Hu Xiaoheng had really left. She finally let out a long sigh of relief and closed the door to her room. Then she threw herself onto the bed and let out a long sigh. She was really exhausted. She was mentally and physically exhausted. She had also experienced a thrilling sensory stimulation. Under the extreme fatigue, she fell asleep almost as soon as her head hit the pillow. When she woke up the next day, Gu Nianji was 100 times more energized. It was like she had taken miracle medicine. She only felt like her fighting spirit was high. Nothing in this world could stump her. She quickly got up, got dressed, and ate breakfast. Then she planned to go to the police station at Yi Xian's apartment to ask for the surveillance footage from the day of the incident. However, as soon as she went downstairs, she saw He Zhichu leaning against his flashy Maserati waiting for her. "Professor He." Gu Nianji was very surprised. "Do you need something? Aren't you going to court? Let's go together." He Zhichu was worried about Gu Nianji going alone. Since he didn't have any classes these days, he could accompany Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji still wanted to refuse, but He Zhichu was already a bit impatient. He opened the car door and got in. With one hand on the steering wheel, he said to Gu Nianji, "If you don't want to cause trouble, it's best to let me accompany you." "Why?" Gu Nianji raised a brow. "This place is different from the United States." Gu Nianji believed that those people's main power was in the United States. However, this was the Huaxia Empire, so she felt very safe. He Zhichu looked away and said dryly, "There are also their people here. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a stab in the dark. Never underestimate the enemy's dirty tricks." Gu Nianji suddenly remembered the H3 of 7. She immediately opened He Zhichu's car door and got in. She said to He Zhichu sullenly, "Thank you, Professor He." He Zhichu became even more depressed. In his opinion, the relationship between the two of them had already improved yesterday. However, Hu Xiaoheng's visit had returned everything to square one. Was he really no match for him? He Jichu's expression was cold as he started the car and quickly drove to the police station near Yi Xian's apartment. The two of them arrived at the police station and requested a surveillance video recording to be used as evidence in court. The police officers looked at their lawyers' IDs and called the court in charge of Yi Xian's case. After fully understanding the situation, they took Gu Nianji and He Jichu to the building where the surveillance footage was stored at the police station. There were people in charge of the surveillance cameras there. Gu Nianji quickly told the management the time and location. The surveillance video at the police station was managed electronically, so it was very easy to find. Within a few minutes, they pulled up the video of the time Gu Nianji requested. From the video, Gu Nianji clearly saw Yi Xian walk into the range of the surveillance video and enter the apartment complex where he lived. Then he went to work the next morning and didn't come out at all in between. In other words, Gu Yanran's claim that Yi Xian abused her at her home that night was completely false. It was enough as long as they had the surveillance video. As for whether or not Yi Xian would have snuck out from another place, they could check the surveillance video on the walls of the apartment complex as supporting evidence. In short, in an era where there were surveillance cameras everywhere and everyone had a cell phone, it was not easy to do bad things in secret. Gu Nianji filled out a form at the police station and requested an electronic backup of the surveillance video. She put it together with the document she requested the court to revoke the case and put it in her laptop bag before leaving the police station. He Jichu went to get his car first, and Gu Nianji waited for him on the side of the road. She was wearing a light camel-colored cashmere cocoon-like coat, a cute cashmere wool hat tilted on her head, and black boots. Her slender figure and delicate and beautiful face were very eye-catching. The pedestrians on the street, the drivers, and the passengers in the cars all felt much better when they saw a cute girl with big, bright eyes standing on the side of the road. The police station was located at the corner of an intersection with a traffic light. It was working hours, so the intersection was densely packed with cars waiting for the light to turn red. To the left of where Gu Nianji stood, an ordinary-looking young man held a cup of Starbucks coffee in one hand and a phone in the other. He was also checking the news on his phone. To her right, a middle-aged woman in her 40s was carrying a plastic bag and wearing an oversized, gaudy cotton coat. She was also waiting for a car on the side of the road. The street in front of her was densely packed with cars. It was almost as if the seams were connected to each other. He Jichu's car was 1 or 2 cars behind and had yet to drive over. From the car, he saw Gu Nianji waving at him with a smile on her face. The corners of his lips curled up as he raised his hand at her. At that moment, a motorcycle quickly weaved through the traffic on the street and sped towards Gu Nianji, who was standing on the side of the road. In the middle of the traffic jam, a speeding motorcycle was too conspicuous. Almost everyone was looking at it. The young man holding the Starbucks coffee put away his phone and quietly walked a few steps towards Gu Nianji to protect her left side. The middle-aged woman in the oversized cotton coat also moved a few steps towards Gu Nianji to protect her right side. Gu Nianji noticed the menacing motorcycle and was also a bit surprised. She took a step back. At that moment, He Jichu noticed a red dot quietly moving to Gu Nianji's chest. His head buzzed, and almost without thinking, he pushed open the car door and rushed out. He placed one hand on the hood of the car in front of him and jumped over it like he was jumping a fence. At the same time, the motorcycle had already turned to the side of the street where Gu Nianji was standing. The helmeted motorcyclist jerked the front of the motorcycle with both hands, and the motorcycle almost flew into the air like he was performing acrobatics, smashing towards Gu Nianji. At that moment, the young man standing on her left kicked the motorcycle and flipped it over onto the sidewalk. The motorcyclist who was about to throw himself forward to snatch Gu Nianji's backpack from her rolled to the ground. The young man shook his hand and poured a cup of scalding Starbucks coffee down the motorcyclist's neck. The man howled like a pig being slaughtered. The middle-aged woman standing on Gu Nianji's right quickly protected Gu Nianji behind her. These two people were the Special Operations Forces security personnel that Hu Xiaoheng had arranged for Gu Nianji. As long as Gu Nianji went out, there would be different people protecting her. However, only He Zhichu could see that the motorcyclist was actually used to divert everyone's attention. When he realized that the red dot had locked onto them and was almost motionless, he flew forward in a panic and threw Gu Nianji and the middle-aged woman to the ground. Then he hugged Gu Nianji tightly and quickly rolled on the ground towards the entrance of the police station. Almost at the same time, a series of muffled gunshots rang out not far from him. This is the first update. Today is still the third update. Asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Monthly votes at 1 p.m. plus 600 updates. Third update at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Momo Moshi and Love Amy for each tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 855. Although the gunshots were muffled, the bullets fired were like armor-piercing bullets, or perhaps even more powerful than armor-piercing bullets. When they landed on the ground, they created deep pits on the cement floor in front of the police station. Rocks flew and smashed into the cars waiting for the red light on the side of the road, causing a flurry of honking sounds. The tranquil morning was suddenly thrown into chaos. The drivers and passengers in the cars watched this scene that could only be seen in Hollywood movies. They were so scared they couldn't move and didn't even have the strength to open the doors to escape. He Zhichu hugged Gu Nianji tightly and quickly rolled to the side of the police station. A few police officers rushed out. Get down. They have guns. He Zhichu could only shout in desperation. He actually knew that the gun was much more powerful than a gun. Although it couldn't compare to his magnetic storm grenade gun in terms of function, it was even more lethal. Simply put, He Zhichu's magnetic storm grenade gun was the main control, and the gunman's gun was the main damage output. Fortunately, the police officers were well trained and listened to He Zhichu's words. Although they couldn't tell if he was telling the truth or not, there was nothing wrong with lying down when the enemy had a gun. Therefore, they almost stumbled and quickly fell to the ground. There were a few more muffled gunshots, and the cement ground in front of the police station was almost plowed. Although He Zhichu had already rolled to the large metal gate of the police station with Gu Nianji in his arms, he didn't hide against the wall. On the contrary, he still lay on the ground and pressed Gu Nianji's head against his chest. Gu Nianji took advantage of his loosened grip to quickly look up and saw that there were snipers shooting at them from the small building across the street. Gu Nianji was speechless when she saw the cracked cement ground in front of the gate. She thought to herself, "Did you shoot or set off cannons? You're inhuman." Because she had been baptized in the German Alps, Gu Nianji wasn't afraid of this sudden situation at all. Instead, she was secretly excited. She wanted the situation to be as chaotic as possible, so she could also pick up a gun and compete with them face to face to see who had better marksmanship. Unfortunately, before Gu Nianji could finish imagining herself outsmarting the gunman, she saw 7 or 8 well-trained people surround the small building across the street. Judging from their skills, Gu Nianji guessed that they were from the Special Operations Forces. Where was the young man and the middle-aged woman who were protecting her outside? Gu Nianji couldn't help poking her head out to take a look. The two men, one on the left and one on the right, were crouching on both sides of the iron gate of the police station. However, they were both armed and seemed ready to pounce over to protect her with their bodies. She turned around to look at He Zhichu, who also had the same protective posture. Tears welled up in Gu Nianji's eyes. She obediently stayed still and didn't want to cause He Zhichu trouble. The men from the Special Operations Forces split into 2 groups and went to outflank the building where the gunman was. The gunman's firepower was fierce, but they were not to be trifled with. He was almost plotted against in front of his own home. He couldn't take this lying down. The people from the Special Operations Forces were all highly skilled and focused on teamwork. Everyone made a few hand signals and decided on a plan of action. They split into 3 teams and slowly approached the place where the person was. On the roof of the small building, a tall man used the roof wall as cover. He held a semi-automatic rifle in front of his chest and stared at the scope as he continued to shoot in Gunyanji's direction. By the time he realized he was surrounded, the members of the Special Operations Forces were less than 2 meters away from him. "Put down your gun and put your hands up. Cover your head and squat by the wall. Do as I say, or my gun won't recognize you." The team leader of the Special Operations Forces operation calmly pointed his gun at the back of the man's head. There was only a distance of 2 meters. No matter how strong the man was, he wouldn't be able to escape alive. When it came to enemies with guns, the members of the Special Operations Forces would immediately shoot and kill them as soon as they saw the situation wasn't right. They would never let the enemy escape just to keep him alive. Hu Xiaoheng had once said that enemies were only reassuring when they were dead. However, the gunman didn't react when he realized he was surrounded. He remained motionless and maintained his original position. His hand was still on the bolt of his gun, and he looked like he was about to pull the trigger and fire another shot. The members of the Special Operations Forces stared at him nervously. Every one of them had their guns loaded. If the man made any strange movements, they would immediately shoot him dead. The gunman seemed to be still for a moment. Then he tapped his fingers and suddenly turned the gun around. The members of the Special Operations Forces who surrounded him thought he was crazy enough to put up a last-ditch struggle and immediately opened fire. However, the gunman didn't turn the gun around to aim at them. Instead, he aimed at his own heart and pulled the trigger. There was a muffled bang as if a small bomb had exploded in front of them. The man's body was immediately torn apart and shattered into pieces. The entire rooftop looked like a scene from a horror movie. People who didn't know better would have thought there was a ketchup box here. There were red and black human remains everywhere. Even though the members of the Special Operations Forces had been trained to deal with all kinds of extreme situations, they hadn't seen a scene like this often, even during training. However, they were still elite members. They could still use their last shred of rationality to maintain their composure. They called the special forensic doctor, explosives experts, and firearms experts to come to the scene. They also activated special procedures to guard the scene. They could tell that the gun and bullets this man was holding were not ordinary guns and bullets. To be precise, they had never seen any country use such powerful bullets. They also didn't know any gun that could fire such bullets without the barrel breaking. When Hu Xiaoheng received the news and rushed over, the place was already surrounded. No one could approach. Even the residents of the building had been persuaded to leave. The government paid for them to stay in a hotel. They could only move back after the site survey was completed. Because Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi were still accompanying Yi Xian in the police station, Zhao Liangzi and some of his guards followed Hu Xiaoheng. "What's the situation here?" Hu Xiaoheng arrived at the scene but didn't enter. He only stood outside the police line and looked around with his hands behind his back. Inside the scene, experts wearing white protective clothing from head to toe were holding all kinds of equipment and combing the scene inch by inch. Zhao Liangzi went to find the person in charge to understand the situation. When he came back, he quietly said to Hu Xiaoheng, "Hu Xiao, it's like this. You already know what happened before. Nianji's security personnel discovered that someone was trying to assassinate her. After everyone surrounded her, the person chose to commit suicide. No, self-destruct." Zhao Liangzi gestured. "At the time, there were 7 or 8 of us at the scene. They saw with their own eyes that he turned the gun and shot himself in the heart. Then his entire body exploded like a balloon. This is what you saw at the scene." Hu Xiaoheng raised his hand to cover his nose and coughed. "What weapon did that person use?" "I saw that the entrance of the police station across the street looked like it had been plowed by a bazooka. Zhao Liangzi smiled bitterly and pointed at a firearms expert wearing white protective clothing at the scene. That expert said that this person used a high-function armor-piercing bullet. Its power can only be withstood by the barrel. You're saying that the shooter carried a small explosive with him? Tell me, with the Imperial Capital security, how did he pass through all the obstacles and bring the explosive here? Hua Xiaoheng pointed at the scene. This is the fourth ring road of the Imperial Capital, where all the major universities are located. It's also one of the most important locations for the Imperial Capital security. Zhao Liangzi shook his head. That expert doesn't understand either. He's currently collecting all the gun fragments he can find for clues. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He stood on the rooftop outside the police line with his hands behind his back and looked at the police station across the street. It was there that Gu Nianji was once again being hunted down. These people seemed to be so arrogant that they didn't know what to do. With the security measures he had for Gu Nianji, there were still people who dared to set up a trap to kill her. What about Nianji? Is she okay? Hua Xiaoheng asked without looking back. Zhao Liangzi said, Nianji is fine. Professor, he was with her at the time. According to our people, Professor, he is very agile. At the time, no one noticed that there was a shooter aiming at Nianji. They only saw the motorcyclist. There was a motorcyclist. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and frowned. What happened? Zhao Liangzi recounted the situation again and pointed at the police station across the street. There, Nianji was standing on the street waiting for Professor He to drive over. It was morning rush hour, and the street was very congested. A motorcyclist suddenly rushed over and tried to steal Nianji's bag. He hit her with the bike while he was at it. Two of our people were relatively close to her at the time, so they protected her with one on the left and one on the right. Professor He was the only one who noticed that Nianji was also targeted by the shooter, so he rushed over from behind to save her. This is the second update. Monthly votes of 600+ updates have arrived. Today is still the third update. Asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Third update at 7 p.m. Chapter 856. Hua Xiaoheng's fingers trembled behind his back. He looked in the direction of the police station and asked after a while, where is Nianji now? Zhao Liangzi gestured to the police station across the street. She's still there. The police won't let them go right away after such a big case. Hua Xiaoheng frowned. What does it have to do with them? It's always like this, they have to find a reason. Even if they can't solve the case, they have to find a reason. They can only dig it out from them. I think the police are treating this case as revenge, so, they're probably interrogating Nianji and Professor He to find more clues to solve the case. Zhao Liangzi picked up his phone and dialed the police chief's number. He asked Hua Xiaoheng, Mr. Hua, do you want to speak to the chief? Hua Xiaoheng didn't answer and strode downstairs. He went downstairs and crossed the sidewalk that had already been blocked to go directly to the police station. Zhao Liangzi quickly said to the police chief who was waiting on the other side of the phone, Chief Xiao, our chief is going directly to your police station. He'll be there soon. I'll go over too. He hung up and chased after Hua Xiaoheng. When Hua Xiaoheng arrived at the police station, Chief Xiao was already there to greet him respectfully. Chief, this way please. Although Hua Xiaoheng was almost 30 years old, he was still much younger than Chief Xiao, who was almost 50 years old. Therefore, when the police officers in the station saw the white-haired chief being so respectful to a young man with an extraordinary aura and calling him chief, they were all shocked. Hua Xiaoheng nodded to Chief Xiao. I heard you detained 2 people today. I'm here to take them back. He didn't say anything, just wanted the people. Chief Xiao was a bit troubled and led Hua Xiaoheng to his office. Chief, it's not that I don't want to let them go, but the case today is too serious. They're the only clues. Shut up. Hua Xiaoheng interrupted Chief Xiao without hesitation. although I'm not part of the police force, I've never heard of the police force torturing the victims during investigations. I'll give you 5 minutes to let them go immediately, otherwise you can't afford to offend them. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Nianji's voice came from one of the rooms. Listen up, I don't know who wants to harm me, and I don't know where their bullets and guns came from. These should be the duties of the police. You should investigate and protect the personal and property safety of us citizens. You should not put the cart before the horse. I know you don't have a clue, but just because you don't have a clue doesn't mean you can hold the victim. I was also confused. I didn't check the almanac when I went out this morning, and I met 2 lunatics. Do I need to know what happened? You've already detained me for 22 minutes. In another 8 minutes, I'll be able to sue the police for abusing their authority and illegally detaining me. Her voice was full of energy, and it was obvious that she was not frightened by what had just happened. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes flashed with relief as he walked in. Ha! Who are you? Why did you come in so casually? The police officer in charge of recording and interrogating was very dissatisfied. Get out. Close the door. Hu Xiaoheng stood at the door without moving. Gu Nianji and He Zhichu sat side by side on the chairs in the interrogation room. He Zhichu looked indifferent, and his expression was cold and reserved as usual. No one knew what he was thinking. Gu Nianji was gesturing to the police officers. Don't waste your time here. Hurry up and investigate what you need to. What's the use of asking me here if you don't investigate the scene? Yes, I have an enemy, and I'm in a hurry to go to court with them. If I tell you, will you arrest my enemy? What was she saying? Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help coughing at the door. Gu Nianji looked up and saw that it was Hu Xiaoheng. Her eyes lit up. Chief Xiao from the police station followed in and said to Gu Nianji, Tell us, who is your enemy? Although we may not be able to arrest him immediately, at least we will have a clue. Gu Nianji crossed her arms and raised her chin slightly. Okay, I'll tell you. My enemy is Gu Yanran. She is my legal sister. Chief Xiao was speechless. Miss Gu, are you sure? Your sister hired a killer to kill you. Why? The police officer in charge of recording felt it was unbelievable. You don't look like you come from a rich family, do you? How could sisters turn against each other to this extent? Gu Nianji laughed when she heard that and said, I didn't say she did it, Mr. Officer. You need evidence to speak. I understand that you want to solve the case, but you're going to be sued anytime you want to make accusations. The police officer pursed his lips and smiled sheepishly. You don't have to worry about it. I was just expressing a reasonable doubt. Usually, when siblings turned against each other, it was 99% because of the family inheritance, which was money. People die for money, and birds die for food. It was true. Of course, Gu Nianji wouldn't tell the police how rich the Gu family was. She only shook her head in disdain. Although she and I are enemies, and I'm sure she wants me dead, she wouldn't be able to do something like this. The police officer gloomily drew a cross on Gu Yanran's name. Hu Xiaoheng, on the other hand, felt that Gu Yanran was still a suspect, but he wouldn't explain it to the police officer. He only said, Chief Xiao, we will take over this case. You don't have to worry. It won't affect your rate of solving cases. Really? Chief Xiao was overjoyed when he heard that. His smile bloomed like a chrysanthemum. Then we can rest assured. They can leave now. He immediately pointed at He Zhichu and Gu Nianji. He Zhichu stood up lazily and brushed the non-existent dust off his body. He looked at the police officers in the room coldly. This is the first time, so I won't press charges. If it happens a second time, I can guarantee that you'll be popular in the country and abroad. You'll become a global phenomenon. Chief Xiao's face turned red again, from a chrysanthemum to a dahlia. Gu Nianji wanted to laugh, but Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her. Her expression immediately turned serious. She nodded at the police officers in the room and followed He Zhichu out of the interrogation room. Hu Xiaoheng said to Chief Xiao, "We'll be in charge of these two from now on. You don't have to worry about them." He was reassuring Chief Xiao not to be frightened by He Zhichu's words. Chief Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. After all, as a police officer, who would want to become a global phenomenon like He Zhichu said? It couldn't be anything good. Gu Nianji followed He Zhichu out of the police station and waited at the door for a while. When Hu Xiaoheng came out, Gu Nianji went up to him and asked, "Hu Xiao, how's the situation over there? That person committed suicide." Hu Xiaoheng didn't hide it from her. "You have to be careful when you go in and out." "I know." Gu Nianji nodded. "I'll go to the court with Professor He to submit evidence and documents to request the court to withdraw Gu Yanran's charges. That way, we can get Yi Xian, Chi-Chi, and Brother Xiong back." "Go." Hu Xiaoheng waved his hand. "Close the case as soon as possible, then focus on your estate lawsuit." They really couldn't delay it any longer. It was the third watch. Today was still the third watch. They were asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. They just wanted to say that if they had monthly votes, then vote. Don't keep them. You won't have children even if you keep them. Chapter 857. He Zhichu got into the car with Gu Nianji and drove directly to the courthouse where Gu Yanran was suing Yi Xian. After all the twists and turns in the morning, it was almost noon. There weren't as many cars on the road as there had been in the morning, and He Zhichu's face was dark the entire time. He floored the gas pedal and sped like lightning, quickly arriving at the courthouse. The two of them brought the evidence they had just obtained from the police surveillance and the documents requesting the court to withdraw the charges to the mediation room of the courthouse. They had called before coming, so the courthouse had already arranged everything. The mediator, the bailiff, Yi Xian, Ma Chi-Chi, Yin Shixiang, as well as Gu Yanran and her lawyer, Jin Wani, were all there. Seeing Gu Nianji appear at the door of the mediation room energetically, Gu Yanran's eyes instantly narrowed. However, she quickly returned to normal and nodded at Gu Nianji calmly. "Little sister, you're here." Gu Nianji had goosebumps from hearing Gu Yanran call her little sister. She couldn't help but shake her wrist. "Miss Gu, you're too kind." Then she immediately turned to the mediator. "I'm here to help Yi Xian's lawyer, Ma Chi-Chi, submit the evidence and legal documents requesting to withdraw the charges. May I ask who is the person handling this?" The mediator extended his hand to her. "Give it to me. I'm the mediator of the court." Gu Nianji quickly handed the documents over. The mediator took it and quickly looked through it. Seeing that the forms were completed, the chain of evidence was clear and credible, and the logic was detailed, he couldn't help nodding in approval. Closing the documents, the mediator looked at Gu Yanran and Jin Wani, who were sitting to the side. "Plaintiffs, the defendant has now submitted evidence to refute the plaintiff's allegations. They say there is insufficient evidence and request the court to withdraw the case. What do you think?" He then reminded them, "It's fine if you don't agree to withdraw the charges, but this way, you must have new evidence to ensure a trial. Otherwise, the court will still rule that you lose based on the current evidence." Gu Yanran started crying as soon as she heard that. Tears streamed down her cheeks. How could this be? Are all the suffering I suffered just because there wasn't any evidence left at the time, so it doesn't count? Gu Nianji raised a brow and said calmly, "None of us have the heavenly eye and know exactly what happened. I also don't want to use any malicious intent to guess Miss Gu's motives. I only know that evidence is important in court. Miss Gu, tears cannot be used as evidence in court. It's useless no matter how much you cry." Her tone was calm, but her words made Gu Yanran feel very awkward. Gu Yanran didn't know whether to cry or not, so she could only lower her head to wipe her tears and pretend to be bullied. He was sitting at the other end of the conference room and hadn't said a word since last night. And Gu didn't say a word. And said, Gu Nyenji. Gu Nyenji ignored Gu Yanran and turned to Jean Wani. Lawyer Jean, what do you think? Yenyi Gu, and said. Ma Chichi also said, litigation is our profession. I'm sure Lawyer Jean knows the procedure very well. Jean and Jean and said. Jean would s ma. And said. Jin said in and. Jean Wani didn't expect Ma Chichi, who looked like a carefree girl, to be so provocative. Jean. And in. Ming and King. Ming, and A and Wan, and. Jean Wani was annoyed. Of course, she knew the case wouldn't be easy, but she agreed to let Gu Yanran go to court because Gu Nyenji made sense. Jean Wani couldn't help borrowing her argument. She also thought that Yi Xian had committed a big enough crime in the United States, so he wouldn't be able to escape the law no matter if he was absent or was caught. Who knew He Zhichu would step in and clear Yi Xian's case? That put them in a passive position. Jean Wani looked at Gu Yanran and said to the mediator, I want to discuss this with my client. The mediator nodded. Sure. The small conference room is for everyone to use. It's very safe, and the court guarantees there are no eavesdropping or recording devices. You can use it without worry. Jean Wani forced a smile and followed Gu Yanran into the small conference room. Closing the door, Jean Wani frowned. Yanran, are you still going to sue Yi Xian? Now that Yi Xian's case in the United States has been acquitted, and Gu Nyenji has also obtained his whereabouts that day, it will be very difficult to continue prosecuting him. He then asked, tell me honestly, what exactly happened that day? Did Yi Xian really hit you? Or? Gu Yanran could tell from Jean Wani's tone that she thought she was lying. She couldn't help feeling guilty, but she couldn't admit it. She immediately said, Yi Xian and I can't be cleared up with just a few words. He's heartless, but I can't be heartless. Forget it, I won't sue him, but I want to apply to the court for a restraining order to prohibit him from appearing within 10 meters of me. Also, he just finished a lawsuit with me, so there's a conflict between us. He can't testify in court in the estate dispute case. Jean Wani was speechless. You've already sued him. Isn't it too late to say, he's heartless, but I can't be heartless? Jean Wani was still very professional. She nodded. Okay, then that's settled. I'll apply to the court. After leaving the small conference room, the two of them returned to the mediation room. Jean Wani said to the mediator, my client agrees with the court to withdraw the case. However, my client wants to apply to the court for a restraining order to prohibit Yi Xian from appearing within 10 meters of my client. Also, he's not allowed to testify in court in the estate dispute case. The mediator looked at Gu Yanran and asked, does the plaintiff agree? Gu Yanran pursed her lips and nodded. She said with an aggrieved expression, I've been friends with Yi Xian for many years. He's heartless, but I can't be heartless. I won't sue him, but I don't want to see him again. Also, I'm afraid of him. With that, she glanced at Yi Xian again and bit her lower lip. Gu Nyenji looked at Gu Yanran's act coldly and suddenly realized that biting her lower lip was indeed very unsightly. No wonder Hu Xiaoheng corrected her so many times. Ma Chichi stood up and smiled. Miss Gu really knows how to confuse right and wrong. You've already sued, but now that you know you can't win, you're saying he's heartless. You can't be heartless. TSK, what if you win? Seriously. Also, this is a separate matter. Whether Yi Xian can testify in court in the estate dispute case between you and Gu Nianji depends on the court filing the case. This case has nothing to do with that case, so we can't make such a ruling. Jean Wani also agreed with what she said, but she could only criticize it silently. However, as the defendant's lawyer, Ma Qiqi could say it out loud. The mediator also said, the restraining order can be considered, but whether or not he can testify in court in another case is not within the jurisdiction of this court. You'll need to apply to the court filing the case. Gu Yanran thought about it and realized it was indeed true. She couldn't help blushing. She glanced at Yi Xian again, but this time, she realized he was looking at Gu Nianji. His gaze was so focused and gentle that Gu Yanran suddenly felt extremely indignant. Although she was the one who left Yi Xian first, she still felt bad seeing him change targets so quickly. It was all because of her. Gu Yanran's gaze darkened as it moved to Gu Nianji's face. As soon as this woman appeared, her life was turned upside down. Did she really think she didn't know who she was? Unfortunately, she wouldn't dare say it even if she was beaten to death. If she said it, she would die. Gu Yanran's mouth was tighter than a clam's shell. She didn't say a word until she walked out of the courthouse with Jean Wani. Gu Nianji successfully led Yi Xian out of the courthouse. He Zhichu walked in front alone and had no intention of talking to anyone. Ma Qiqi and Yin Shixiang followed behind and didn't know what they were whispering to each other. Gu Nianji realized that after this incident, the two of them were no longer avoiding each other in front of others. She smiled at the silent Yi Xian and asked quietly, "What did those two do yesterday?" "Do you know?" Yi Xian's mind was churning with countless things, and he was highly nervous. He was just thinking about what he would say if Gu Nianji asked him about Gu Yanran and Gu Xiangwen. However, he didn't expect Gu Nianji to say something so gossipy. His nervousness immediately dissipated, and he glanced at her with a smile. He turned his body slightly and whispered in her ear, "How would I know?" They were whispering to each other last night. Gu Nianji snickered. Ma Qiqi, who was walking behind them, finally snapped back to reality. She blushed and walked quickly to Gu Nianji's side. Pulling her arm to the side, she whispered, "I heard something happened when you came in this morning." Gu Nianji asked curiously, "How did you know?" "I heard it from him." Ma Qiqi glanced behind her. "Him? Who is he?" Gu Nianji teased her on purpose. Ma Qiqi smiled and nudged her. "Okay, I admit it. I was talking to Brother Xiong. He's my boyfriend now." Gu Nianji couldn't help but give Ma Qiqi a thumbs up. She said enthusiastically, "That's great. Brother Xiong is a good person. He might even be a virgin. You found a treasure." "Oh." Ma Qiqi froze. "Are you serious? Brother Xiong hasn't done it yet?" She knew Yin Shixiang wasn't young anymore. Was there something wrong with him? Gu Nianji laughed so hard she almost couldn't breathe. "I'm just saying. You'll have to ask him yourself." They chatted and laughed. Soon, they got into He Zhichu's car and went back to school. At that moment, Hu Xiaoheng was taking the information the firearms and explosives experts from the Special Operations Forces had collected from the scene of the gunman's self-explosion that morning to the Institute of High-Energy Physics to visit his mother, Song Jining. "Xiaoheng, what brings you here today?" Song Jining came out in a white lab coat. She was in high spirits. Her eyes were clear, and her skin was fair and delicate. There were no wrinkles at all. She looked like a girl in her 20s. Even people who knew her found it hard to believe that she already had a son as old as Hu Xiaoheng. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone knew she was really sick all these years, some people would have believed she had plastic surgery. Hu Xiaoheng was carrying a black briefcase with a password. It contained the special evidence collected from the scene that day. He showed the briefcase to Song Jining. "I have some business to ask you. Are you free?" Let's find a convenient place to show you something. This was the first update. Today was the third update. Asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Monthly votes were 900 plus updates at 1 p.m. Third update at 7 p.m. P.S. Dear friends, please vote if you have monthly votes. I also have recommendation votes. I'm going to pass 1 million recommendation votes soon. I'll add one more update to everyone's recommendation votes. Thank you for your support. My recommendation votes and monthly votes were all given to me by everyone. Thank you very much. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 858. Work. Can I help you? Song Jining was very happy when she heard this. She felt very guilty towards her only son. She hadn't raised him much since he was born. It was Hu Xiaoheng's grandmother, Xie Xian, who had raised him herself. Song Jining loved her research work the most in her life. Her son was second, and her former husband, Wu Guanchen, was third. That should be within your job scope. Hu Xiaoheng patted his suitcase and said very softly, maybe it has something to do with my grandfather. Song Jining suddenly became serious. She immediately brought Hu Xiaoheng to her key laboratory and closed the door. She pressed a button and a bulletproof fence slowly closed from the side of the room, separating the office into two parts. You can tell me now. Hu Xiaoheng knew. Although the Institute of High Energy Physics was a place for scientific research, it usually didn't have many secrets. However, Song Jining's Institute of High Energy Physics had cooperated with the military on many projects. The security level here was no longer that of a normal scientific research institution. Song Jining had even released their strongest defense against outside interference. It was obvious that this matter was very important to them. Hu Xiaoheng sat across from Song Jining's desk and pressed the password on the suitcase to open it. He turned the suitcase to face Song Jining. Look, do you recognize what this is? Song Jining looked at the open suitcase. There were a few transparent plastic bags inside. The transparent plastic bags contained some dark fragments. She didn't know where they came from. Song Jining looked at Hu Xiaoheng suspiciously. Where did these come from? Why do you want me to recognize them? Don't worry about where these came from. I just want you to confirm if these are things that you recognize. Hu Xiaoheng took out a transparent plastic bag from the suitcase and gently pushed it. The plastic bag slid on the smooth surface of the desk to Song Jining. Song Jining reached out a finger to press it down to prevent it from sliding under the desk. Just as her finger pressed down, Song Jining seemed to realize something. She quickly used her hand to pinch the fragments in the plastic bag. She was very curious about the feeling. I have to test it. Song Jining's interest was piqued. She took out a new pair of plastic gloves from the drawer of her desk and put them on. She carried the plastic bag to her desk. Hu Xiaoheng walked over and watched from the side with his hands behind his back. Song Jining took out a fragment from a transparent plastic bag with a pair of tweezers and placed it in a lead box. Then, she placed it in a device that could detect the composition of materials. Hu Xiaoheng noticed the label on the instrument, inductively coupled plasma atomic emission spectrometer. Song Jining started the machine and explained to him, this machine can use plasma to stimulate the sample to vaporize and decompose it into atoms. The atoms will be excited in a light source and emit light. The system will use the spectroscopy system to conduct quantitative analysis of the spectrum and obtain the material structure diagram of this fragment. Hu Xiaoheng listened quietly. After a while, he said, material analysis seems to be in the field of chemistry. Do you have any suitable equipment here? Song Jining was the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, not the director of the Institute of Chemistry. Song Jining smiled. This fragment of yours doesn't look ordinary. It's a high-energy material, not an ordinary material. That's why it needs to be analyzed physically, not chemically. Hua Xiaoheng understood. I didn't come to the wrong place. Song Jining stopped talking and focused her attention on the testing machine. Hua Xiaoheng waited beside her for 2 hours. The instrument was still analyzing, but Hua Xiaoheng had already sat on a chair and started checking his email on his phone. Song Jining also returned to her desk to read the thesis. The office was quiet. The afternoon sun shone in through the large glass windows, and the laboratory was as warm as spring. Song Jining finished reading the thesis and realized that 2 hours had passed, but the instrument was still analyzing. She couldn't help but ask Hua Xiaoheng again, where did you get this thing? Is it important? Hua Xiaoheng put down his phone and looked up at Song Jining. His expression was very calm, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Song Jining looked at him for a while and nodded. It's very important. It can give me an idea. Maybe the method of analysis was wrong. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a while. Of course, he couldn't tell her the truth, but he could still explain the function of this thing. Hua Xiaoheng said carefully, it's like this. This thing is a fragment from a weapon. We don't know how that weapon came about, but we know that it has a very strong carrying capacity. For example, a high-power and high-function armor-piercing bullet that can only be carried by a cannon can be shot out from a small gun barrel. This is the fragment left behind after the gun barrel exploded. If this thing wasn't so special, there wouldn't be a fragment left after the gunman self-destructed. The other party didn't seem to care that they found the fragment, so the more important thing was probably destroyed. Hua Xiaoheng's gaze was a little deep. Song Jining frowned and tapped her head with her fingers. Hearing you say that, I seem to have a familiar feeling. What is it? Hua Xiaoheng sat up straight. Think about it carefully. Did you do some experiments in the past? Or was this a product of the laboratory to begin with? With this reminder, Song Jining's hand froze. She maintained her posture and thought for a minute before she gasped and stood up. I'll go check. Who didn't use a computer to check things these days? But Song Jining didn't. She dove into a small study in the laboratory and rummaged around for a long time before finding a very old booklet that looked quite old. Hua Xiaoheng walked over and asked, what are you looking for? Your grandfather's experimental notes. Song Jining flipped through it quickly. All of your grandfather's experimental records and notes were destroyed in the explosion. Only this notebook survived because I took it by mistake and brought it back to the Hua family. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Found it. Song Jining had flipped through this notebook countless times since she woke up. This was the only memento her father, Song Haichuan, had left her. She could almost recite many of the things in the notebook. What is it? Hua Xiaoheng looked over with Song Jining to look at the page she had flipped open. This is a record of a new type of high-energy material that my father accidentally discovered during an experiment. Song Jining stuffed the booklet into Hua Xiaoheng's hands. Look at it yourself. I'm guessing it's most likely this. As she spoke, she excitedly returned to the lab bench and turned off the magnetic inductively coupled plasma atomic emission spectrometer. If it was a new type of high-energy material, then these instruments that measured the composition of normal materials wouldn't work at all. Sure enough, when she turned on the instrument, the fragment was still lying in the lead box. It hadn't been vaporized at all. No wonder the instrument hadn't produced any results after 2 hours. It only took half an hour for the analysis of normal materials to produce a complete molecular and elemental diagram. Song Jining curved her lips and lovingly pointed at the fragment. What a naughty little thing. But don't be too happy just yet. I'll definitely find the composition of your material. She took the fragment out of the apparatus and walked to another lab table. She pulled out a strangely shaped small apparatus from the shelf on the table and put the fragment into it with a pair of tweezers. Then she started the machine for another round of testing. This time, it only took her a minute to get the results. As expected, this is the new material that your grandfather discovered. He named it X1. Song Jinning murmured. But how did this thing come into use? It's clearly still in the experimental stage. Not only was its performance unstable, but it was also extremely expensive to produce. Basically, 17 years ago, the cost of producing it was 1,000 times the price of gold of the same weight. Song Jinning found it hard to imagine that someone had obtained a stable X1 and could even make it into a practical weapon. Just the thought of the cost made Song Jinning dizzy. Based on the price 17 years ago, this gun would probably cost more than 10 years of research funding for the Institute of High Energy Physics. Not to mention the technological advancement that this kind of stable material would bring to society. Hu Xiaoheng calmly listened to Song Jinning finish describing the material's performance. He reached out to take the fragment and put it back into the plastic bag. He said calmly, "Maybe it's not that expensive. Technology will develop, and the price will go down. The question now is, other than my grandfather, who else knows about this new material?" Song Jinning looked at the fragment in Hu Xiaoheng's hands reluctantly and shook her head. "Not many people know about this. My father hid it from me. I only found out after reading my father's notes. But my father worked with the military for a secret experiment. I don't know if the military knows." Hearing this, they all thought of one person. It was Hu Xiaoheng's uncle, his father's older brother, Huo Guanyuan. But Huo Guanyuan also died in the big explosion 17 years ago. But before he died, did he report the discovery of this new high-energy material to the military? Hu Xiaoheng thought for a moment and asked, what was the direction of the secret experiment that grandfather worked with the military? This experiment wasn't Hu Xiaoheng's responsibility. Theoretically, he couldn't ask. But now that he had this fragment as a bridge, he could reluctantly ask. Song Jinning looked at him and smiled. She avoided the question and said, the main experiment wasn't this new material. This new material was just a byproduct of the experiment. The people from the Institute of High Energy Physics who participated in the military's secret experiment were also disciplined. They couldn't reveal confidential information to Hu Xiaoheng just because he was her son. Hu Xiaoheng understood what Song Jinning meant and didn't continue asking. He got up and said goodbye. "Thank you for your help. I have to go back." Song Jinning walked him all the way downstairs and watched him get into the car before waving and leaving. Hu Xiaoheng came out of the Institute of High Energy Physics and reported directly to General Ji. Then, General Ji immediately ordered a meeting to be held at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. Because the major and vicious case that happened near the 4th Ring Road of the imperial capital in the morning involved some old events from 17 years ago, several standing members of the imperial capital military Supreme Council and General Ji came to the Special Operations Forces to listen to his report. This was the second update. Monthly votes of 900 plus updates had been delivered. Today was still the third update. Asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. The third update was at 7 p.m. Chapter 859. Hu Xiaoheng's men immediately took over after the incident in the morning was cordoned off. This matter was very serious, and they all took it very seriously. Some people tried to fight for jurisdiction, but they didn't succeed because General Ji specifically instructed that this matter be handled by the Special Operations Forces. Therefore, if it wasn't for General Ji's strong intervention, it wouldn't have been easy for Hu Xiaoheng to take over the jurisdiction of this matter. He thought about it along the way and quickly returned to the Special Operations Forces headquarters. General Ji was already waiting for him with a few of the higher-ups. Because Hu Xiaoheng said over the phone that it had something to do with the failed experiment of his grandfather, Song Haichuan, the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics 17 years ago, General Ji didn't ask Hu Xiaoheng's father, Wu Guanchen, to come along, even though Hu Guangchen was also a standing committee member. Hu Guangchen and his ex-wife, Song Jining, didn't get along very well. General Ji felt that Hu Guangchen should avoid suspicion and stay away from anything related to Song Jining's family. Hu Xiaoheng had no objections to this. He carried his suitcase into the meeting room of the Special Operations Forces headquarters and saluted the higher-ups. "Hello, Chief." General Ji waved at him. "Sit down and tell us old guys what happened." Hu Xiaoheng didn't sit down. Instead, he turned on the multifunction media player in the meeting room and played some information about the new high-energy materials he found on the internal information network. Together with the weapon fragments he found today, he began to report to the higher-ups. "Chief, I invited you here today because I have an important matter to report." Hu Xiaoheng held a laser pointer in his hand and turned to point at the large screen player behind him. "Look, this is the important incident that happened this morning. These potholes weren't caused by construction. This is the surveillance video of the incident. It perfectly reconstructs what happened at that time." The large screen lit up and showed the scene of the incident. The scene was intense, and the video quality was very good. It really was like watching a Hollywood blockbuster. The standing committee members and General Ji were all people who had seen big scenes, but they were also stunned and couldn't close their mouths. "What is this? Do we have it?" The standing committee member in charge of equipment was so anxious that his eyes were red. "If we don't, I want to purchase it immediately." They were all soldiers, and they knew how important weapons were in the modern battlefield. It was completely different from the cold weapon era, where everyone only needed to know how to wield a sword and a gun. Hu Xiaoheng tapped on the control panel a few times, and another image appeared on the big screen. This time, it was a gun with a rather peculiar design. It looked like a rifle that had been cut in half, and the barrel wasn't as long as a rifle. Hu Xiaoheng followed up with the introduction. "This is a weapon blueprint drawn from the memories of the people present. It was the new bullets fired from this gun that overturned the cement floor at the entrance." "Are you sure it's a gun?" One of the standing committee members refused to believe that this powerful weapon that could overturn the cement floor was just a gun. That was the only thing he could accept. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. 7 or 8 of our members saw it with their own eyes, and they all agreed that this was it. They fought with him a few times, and this photo was taken many times from all angles. "But this. How is this possible?" General Ji asked in bewilderment. In fact, everyone was wondering how this thing could be so powerful. Also, the barrel was half the length of a normal rifle, which meant that the bullet had to achieve sufficient acceleration in a shorter chamber. The higher the acceleration, the stronger the friction. The stronger the friction, the more energy and heat it would emit in a very short period of time. This energy and heat would cause a devastating blow to existing barrel materials and cause the barrel to self-destruct. Up until now, no known gun could overcome this problem. So how did this thing do it? Hu Xiaoheng nodded and continued to explain to the military leaders with a laser pointer. The key to the problem lies in the manufacturing material. He placed the plastic bag on the conference table. "I came later than everyone today because I went to the Institute of High Energy Physics to ask someone there to help me test the composition of this thing's material." "What did they test?" General Ji narrowed his eyes and asked. Hu Xiaoheng projected Song Jining's test results on the big screen. "Look, this is the manufacturing material." The late director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, the world-renowned high-energy physicist, Song Haichuan, was its discoverer. 17 years ago. One of the leaders was very surprised. "I've already confirmed that the material for this gun was a material found in my grandfather's laboratory 17 years ago. However, because it was very expensive to make, it has always been kept in the laboratory and has not been produced on a large scale. However, the appearance of this assassination confirmed their suspicions even more. Also, at the time, my grandfather's laboratory was destroyed in the big explosion. I only found out about it after looking up the information. Hua Xiaoheng was very regretful. I want to know who was so powerful and not only knew about this new type of material, but also had the ability to leak the information. Major General Hua, even so, how can you say that one of us leaked the information to the enemy? Hua Xiaoheng looked at the leaders in the room. I want to know who was secretly following Song Haichuan to protect him at the time. Also, who knew the truth about Song Haichuan's discovery? As far as he knew, the number of people who knew the truth about this matter could be counted on 5 fingers. However, it would be too far-fetched to say that there was a traitor among these people. This was because these people were all in high positions of power and had both fame and fortune. Moreover, they had plans and goals for the country, the army, and their own careers. They had such good treatment in the country, yet they still wanted to rely on the enemy. Where were their brains? The bullets used in this gun are very special. Look at this surveillance video. At the time, one of our members was standing in front of Gu Nianji. If someone hadn't pushed her away, she would have really been shot through. It was useless to have someone in front of her. With the power of that bullet, at least 4 or 5 people could be shot through with one bullet. As he spoke, Hua Xiaoheng picked up a magazine and gestured. The big screen showed the scene of Song Haichuan's experiment from 17 years ago. They only saw the sound of a gunshot, and in the blink of an eye, it hit the lower part of the stilted building that was the experiment's target. The stilt house swayed a few times and then collapsed with a bang. It was the 3rd watch. Today was still the 3rd watch, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Mwah. The scheduled release was set at 7 p.m., and the author had already released it. Why couldn't the readers see it? Chapter 860. When the stilt building collapsed, the barrel of the gun was also broken into pieces. Fortunately, a machine launcher was used at the time, and no one was holding the gun to shoot. If Song Haichuan had used a person to shoot during the experiment, then this person would definitely have shattered into pieces as well. Hua Xiaoheng turned off the player, and the big screen went black. The lights in the conference room came on at the same time. The big shots in the meeting all had dark expressions and didn't say anything for a long time. Hua Xiaoheng didn't urge them to express their opinions and continued, as you can see, we don't have the ability to use this material to make real weapons. But someone else has already made it. Not only did they make it, but they also transported it to the capital to carry out criminal activities. His expression became serious. I want to remind everyone here that if this kind of weapon can really be manufactured on a large scale, then our security measures will be useless. Because this kind of portable weapon could not only blast through cement, but it could also pass through several human bodies. That meant that bulletproof cars and physical bodyguards would all be useless in front of this weapon. It would also be very difficult to guarantee the safety of the big shots. How did this kind of thing pass through the security procedures at the train station and airport? Are there going to be security measures at the highway entrances and exits in the future? One of the big shots asked with a worried expression. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the information in his hand and said, this is also the fault of the material. The composition of this material is close to plastic, and there are currently no security measures that can detect abnormalities. The preliminary judgment is that the weapon was dismantled and brought into the country, and then assembled. This is ridiculous. It's impossible to guard against. A hot-tempered big shot slammed the table. This thing better not be leaked by one of our people. If it really is, I will definitely apply for military punishment and execute this traitorous bastard. Hua Xiaoheng nodded slightly. I agree with military punishment. He continued to talk about the case from that morning. However, although the other party is ruthless and has advanced weapons, we have sufficient manpower and proper protection. When the other party intended to attack, we discovered in time and protected the personal safety of the people. Other than the gunman's self-destruction, there were no other casualties. General G breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. That's good, that's good. I already said that I can rest assured when Xiaoheng is in charge. He glanced at the big shots. What do you think about this matter? The big shot in charge of the equipment was originally planning to pry the culprit's mouth from where the weapon came from, but he heard that the material had been in our country for 17 years, but the cost was too high and couldn't be put into practical use, so he pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Another big shot had been in charge of military research at the time. He thought about it and said to Hu Xiaoheng, Academician Song's experiment from 17 years ago is still classified as top secret. There are only 5 people who know the details of the experiment. One is Academician Song himself, one is me, one is Colonel, one is Song, Hun is Song, and Bai Jini did not know the details of the experiment 17 years ago, but after the experiment failed, Song Haichuan was killed, Song Jining lost her memory, and Hu Guanyuan died in the line of duty. Bai Jini became the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics and took over the experiment, so she became one of the insiders. But I the number. As for the first 4 people who know the details of the experiment, I can guarantee that there is no possibility of the secret being leaked. Bai Jini was the only one he couldn't guarantee. After all, this was a woman who was willing to kill for experimental data, and her second brother, Bai Yuxing, was a traitor who had defected to the United States. Hu Xiaoheng also frowned and muttered, Bai Jini was sentenced to life imprisonment and is serving her sentence in prison. She can be retried. General Ji's expression was cold. If she was the one who leaked the information, she'll be executed immediately. Motherf *Ker. Their prisons do not keep traitors and traitors. Hu Xiaoheng had no objections. It's not convenient for me to intervene in this matter. I believe that everyone here is more eager than I am to know if she leaked the information. General Ji looked at the big shot who was in charge of military research and said, I'll leave this matter to you. You'll interrogate him personally. If she really did leak the secret, there must be evidence. Hu Xiaoheng also expressed his support. If you need assistance from abroad to find evidence, the Special Operations Forces will unconditionally cooperate. The hot-tempered big shot followed up with an idea. I think we can ask the Bai family to help. Minister Bai Jianqing and Director Bai Yueran are both righteous and good comrades. General Ji, Hu Xiaoheng understood what General Ji meant and said, that's not a good idea. It's better to just keep an eye on Bai Jini. If too many people are involved, it'll be bad for confidentiality. No one present had the right to speak on the issue of confidentiality as Hu Xiaoheng did. All nodded their heads in agreement with him. General Ji saw that everyone had reached an agreement and announced the end of the meeting. He asked everyone to get to work and investigate whether there was a second leak of the case from 17 years ago. Hu Xiaoheng sent all the big shots out. General Ji was the last to get into the car. He stood in the empty square in front of the Special Operations Forces building and said to Hu Xiaoheng softly, You have to investigate carefully why they used this kind of weapon against Nianji. I know. Hu Xiaoheng's voice was also not loud. I brought up the matter of the material to cover it up. He didn't want the big shots to focus on Gu Nianji, because Hu Xiaoheng and General Ji had deliberately blurred their vision. Gu Nianji, who should have been re-examined by the military as the victim, was forgotten just like that. The big shot's attention was firmly attracted by the new material. Song Haichuan's failed experiment from 17 years ago was once again dug up from the dust-covered pile of old papers. The military Supreme Council formed a top-secret 4-person team to specifically investigate who knew about the new material 17 years ago. Gu Nianji returned to school and followed He Zhichu and Yi Xian to He Zhichu's suite in the professor's building at B University. Ma Qiqi and Yin Shixiang didn't go. Ma Qiqi hadn't slept well the night before. On top of that, she had just gotten a boyfriend she secretly liked. She was overly excited, so she was now exhausted and sleepy. As soon as she returned to school, she went straight to her dorm to sleep. Yin Shixiang sent her back to her dorm and immediately returned to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces to report to Hu Xiaoheng. Once again arriving at He Zhichu's suite, Gu Nianji sighed and said to Yi Xian, "It's been hard on you. But this time, it should be done once and for all. Gu Yanran won't bother you anymore." Yi Xian didn't look too good. Perhaps it was because he was tired, or perhaps he still hadn't gotten over it. Gu Nianji looked at his expression. "Do you want to take a shower and then go to sleep?" Yi Xian was also extremely tired, but he still looked at Gu Nianji seriously and said, "I'm going to sleep. When I wake up, I'll tell you everything I know. There's no rush." Gu Nianji comforted him with a smile. "You'll have time to speak, especially in court." "Okay, I'll be your witness." Yi Xian made up his mind to go against Gu Yanran in court. "That's great." Gu Nianji clapped her hands lightly. "Okay, go take a shower first. I'll make you a sandwich and a glass of milk. Eat and drink your fill before going to sleep." Yi Xian didn't stand on ceremony with her. He got up and asked He Zhichu, "Mr. He, which bathroom can I use?" He Zhichu took him to the bathroom in the guest room and got him a brand new set of toiletries before closing the door and leaving the guest room. Gu Nianji was alone in the dining room, making sandwiches and heating up milk in the microwave. When no one was around, she didn't have that relaxed, sweet, and adorable smile on her face. Standing alone in front of the kitchen counter, her delicate back seemed to be bent under the weight of something, but she tried her best to resist the pressure to hide her exhaustion and panic. He Zhichu's heart suddenly ached. With both hands in his trouser pockets, he stood behind her and looked at her quietly for a while before coughing softly. "Nianji, what are you thinking about?" He slowly walked over and leaned against the kitchen counter next to her. Gu Nianji slowly looked up, her large, clear eyes containing something that made He Zhichu's heart beat faster. "Professor He, why are they after me? Is it just because of the Gu fortune?" He Zhichu was momentarily speechless. After a while, he said, "What do you think? If it's not because of the Gu fortune, then why? Humans die for wealth, just as birds die for food. Some people will do anything for money. Moreover, the Gu fortune isn't just a few million, tens of millions, or hundreds of millions." Gu Nianji's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. She seemed to have made a decision. Nodding slowly, she said calmly, "Fine. Since they won't let me live, I won't let them live either." With just one sentence, He Zhichu already understood her anger and determination. He nodded approvingly. This was the Nianji he knew. That's how it should be. When people don't give you a way out, you don't have to think about a way out for them either. There will always be people in this world who want to die. We have to help them. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. "Professor He, don't you think what I said just now was wrong?" "No, why do you ask?" He Zhichu raised his brows and said coldly, "In my heart, everything you say is right, and everything you want to do is what I want to do. If your values were wrong, then I would have lost them a long time ago." Although the way he spoke was cold, his words burned like a raging fire. It was this strong sense of contrast that filled He Zhichu with an enigmatic charm. Gu Nianji was speechless. She actually wanted to laugh, but what was with this warm, loving, and touching feeling in her heart? This is the first update. Dear friends, don't forget about Monday's recommendation ticket. Yesterday's third update, Chapter 853, Who Knows the Truth, was blocked. I revised it a bit, and it can be read now. P.S. Because I was warned by Miss Dian yesterday, the later content has to be adjusted. Some content can't be written, and the later details have to be rewritten, so there are only 2 updates today. Wait for me to redo the details, and I'll update again tomorrow. The second update at 7 p.m. Oh, intersection_intersection, oh. Chapter 861. Gu Nianji was silent for a while before shaking her head with a smile. Professor He, you're a professor. Pay attention to your image, pay attention to your image. I'm just saying this. Don't spoil me anymore. If you do, I'll go out of control. Also, we're all lawyers. Everything we do has to be within the bounds of the law. Even if we don't let them live, we have to make them obedient in court. Isn't that right? He Jichu turned around and leaned his entire body against the counter. He looked ahead silently. Hua Xiaoheng really has a big influence on you. Gu Nianji's tone of voice was exactly like Hua Xiaoheng's. Really? I don't think so. I'm me, and he's him. Gu Nianji's smile faded. Her hands didn't stop moving. She placed a few pieces of bacon on the bread, then smeared some mayonnaise on them. She also placed lettuce leaves and sliced tomatoes on them to make a fresh sandwich. When it was done, she placed it on a plate. Then, she heard the sound of the microwave. The milk was ready. Gu Nianji brought the sandwich and milk back to the living room and placed them on the coffee table. She said to He Jichu, I'm going back first. When Yi Xian comes out of the shower, you can let him eat something before going to bed. Yi Xian must have not been eating or sleeping well these past few days. Gu Nianji felt that he had become a lot more haggard. He Jichu put on his coat. I'll walk you back. No need. Gu Nianji wanted to refuse, but He Jichu didn't allow her to argue. He grabbed her arm and walked out with her. Don't be so polite with me. Don't forget what happened this morning. He Jichu opened his door. Those people won't let you go just because you're in school. But you can't follow me like this for the rest of my life. Gu Nianji adjusted her backpack. I can handle it. Do you know what kind of enemy you're facing? He Jichu followed her to the elevator. If you don't know, then don't brag in front of me. Gu Nianji thought about it. The viciousness of the gunman in the morning was something she had not expected. If it weren't for He Jichu, she would already be dead. So her mind turned to the question He Jichu didn't answer earlier. If they really are after the Gu fortune, then won't this behavior become even more severe after I win the estate dispute? Also, if it was for the Gu inheritance, then why wasn't Gu Yanran their target but me? He Jichu stood beside her and looked straight at the elevator door. He said dryly, how do you know Gu Yanran wasn't their target? If she wasn't worried about her own safety, why would Gu Yanran look for support everywhere? Why would Gu Xiangguan choose to live in seclusion? Nianji, what are you hinting at? That made sense. Gu Nianji recalled what she knew about the Gu family, Gu Xiangguan, and Gu Yanran situation. Her mind was a mess, and her expression was one of confusion and anger. She was at a loss because she didn't know what the other party wanted. She was angry because she hated that she couldn't do anything about this situation. But their weapons are so advanced and powerful. Gu Nianji muttered, do I really have to return to the Special Operations Forces? Just like when she was young, living by Hua Xiaoheng's side. But what was the difference between that kind of life and imprisonment? Although Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't imprison her, she would be imprisoned by the enemy forces. He Jichu laughed when he heard Gu Nianji was worried about the enemy's advanced weapons. He said leisurely, they only have one weapon. If it's destroyed, it's destroyed. They won't have another one. You don't have to worry about that. How do you know? Gu Nianji looked at He Jichu suspiciously again. Professor He, I always feel like you know a lot of things, but you don't want to tell me. Why? I told you before, but you didn't believe me. Why should I ask for trouble again? The elevator arrived, and He Jichu and Gu Nianji walked in together and pressed the button for the floor. Told me what? Say it again, I'll definitely believe you. Gu Nianji clasped her hands in front of her and looked at He Jichu. Her eyes were as helpless as a kitten's and irresistible. He Jichu looked down and smiled. I said you were my fiancé from the moment you were born. Did you believe me? Gu Nianji was speechless. Why did he say that again? Gu Nianji's face fell. Fine, I won't ask. You're always joking about this. How can I believe you? He Jichu let out a long sigh and looked at the slowly descending number of the elevator. He chuckled. Why do you think I'm joking? It's very simple. Is there still such a thing as an arranged marriage nowadays? Even if there is, it has no legal effect. So, Professor He, please don't say that again. I don't want anyone to hear and bring you unnecessary trouble. Gu Nianji's tone relaxed a little. She had very complicated feelings about He Jichu. All this time, He Jichu had been really good to her. He did his best to help her, protect her, and save her. It had long exceeded the scope of a professor's concern for his student. And during this period of time, Gu Nianji felt an indescribable sense of familiarity with He Jichu. It was as if they not only knew each other before, but were really close. What the hell was going on? Gu Nianji's intuition told her it had something to do with her lost memories. Did she really know He Jichu before she was 12? And they were really close. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and desperately tried to recall the clues she could think of. She wanted to find a little bit of her muddled memories from before she was 12. But just like before, when she tried to recall, her head hurt like the part of her brain that was responsible for that period of time had been completely cut off. When she tried to recall, it was like entering a black hole of memory. She couldn't find the direction at all. The elevator dinged and arrived at the bottom of the professor's building. The elevator door opened, and He Jichu and Gu Nianji walked out together. It was already very dark outside, and the streetlights in front of the building illuminated several paths that led in all directions. This was the professor's area, so there weren't many people at night. The bare trees stood quietly in front of the professor's building, casting lonely shadows under the streetlights. They stood quietly in rows like guards. Gu Nianji and He Jichu walked together to the female graduate student dormitory. He Jichu saw Gu Nianji rubbing her temples and knew she was having a headache again. He said dryly, "Don't think about the past. I was actually joking with you. Those things aren't a big deal. The most important thing for you now is to focus on your estate dispute lawsuit." Gu Nianji didn't speak for a while. She only said to He Jichu seriously when they reached her dormitory, "Professor He, I want to fight the lawsuit, but I also want to recover my past memories." As she spoke, a strand of her hair fell to the side of her face. On her small face, her eyes were even bigger and brighter. He Jichu gently tucked the strand of hair behind her ear and said, "Once you fight the lawsuit, you will also recover your past memories. So you don't have to think about it specifically. Everything will come naturally." At the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, Yin Shixiang was reporting to Hu Xiaoheng about their situation at the court and the police station. The people at the police station were very nice. Although Gu Yanran requested for them to arrest Yi Xian, they didn't deliberately make things difficult for him. After that, Nianji and Professor He obtained his alibi and went directly to court to request the court to cancel the case. After communicating with Gu Yanran and Jin Wani, the court agreed to Nianji's request and let us go. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. He sat behind his desk with one hand on the mouse and the other on the side of his cheek. He stared at the computer screen. "Yeah, that's good." Yi Xian's case was cancelled, so he could go to court to testify for Gu Nianji without any burden. "Did Yi Xian say anything?" Hu Xiaoheng asked without looking up. Yin Shixiang scratched his head. I don't know about that. Chi-Chi is exhausted. I sent her back to the dormitory, then I came back to report to you. Professor He, Nianji, and Yi Xian went to Professor He's apartment at B University. They should have a discussion. I don't want to hear should or might. I want to know the exact answer. Hu Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and slowed down the video on the computer by half to continue watching. He waved at Yin Shixiang. Go rest. Then follow up on Ninji's estate dispute. Yes, Chief. Yin Shixiang quickly saluted and turned to leave. After Yin Shixiang left, Hu Xiaoheng finally looked up from his computer. He thought about what Yin Shixiang had just said and looked at He Jichu's agile movements in the video. He also remembered how he had protected Gu Nianji. Although he had been rolling on the ground, he had not hidden behind the wall after entering the police station's courtyard. This detail made Hu Xiaoheng very cautious. Generally speaking, even for well-trained military and police personnel, the best place to hide from a gunman was behind a wall. After all, guns that could break through walls were rare and not easy to obtain. It was impossible in the Huaxia Empire. However, He Jichu protected Gu Nianji and seemed to know the power of the opponent's bullets. He completely avoided the wall. Because for that kind of bullet, hiding behind a wall was equivalent to exposing one's heart to the enemy. That meant that He Jichu wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of weapon. Thinking about the video of He Jichu saving Yi Xian sent by the Special Operations Forces field personnel in the United States, Hu Xiaoheng suddenly saw the light. He thought about it and picked up his phone to call He Jichu. Mr. He, do you have time to talk? He Jichu had just sent Gu Nianji back to the dormitory and was walking back alone. He wore a Bluetooth headset and put his hands in his coat pockets. He said coolly, "What do you want to talk about?" "I'm very busy and may not have time. I want to talk to Professor He about the gun you used in the United States from the U.S. military laboratory." Hu Xiaoheng saw that He Jichu didn't want to meet, so he directly said over the phone, "If I'm not wrong, the gun that the gunman used this morning was the same type as the gun you used in the United States, but a different model." He Jichu was slightly taken aback. "Really? What kind of gun did the gunman use this morning?" Hu Xiaoheng saw that He Jichu was still pretending and laughed. "Professor He, let's not beat around the bush. The real power of that kind of gun is the material it's made of. Our country had this material 17 years ago." "Are you serious? Your country had it 17 years ago?" He Jichu was surprised to hear that the Huaxia Empire's laboratory also had this material. This is the second update, so don't forget about Monday's recommendation. The third update tomorrow. Oh, __. Oh. Chapter 862. Do I need to lie to you? Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. He put down his phone and put on his Bluetooth headset to work on the computer while talking. He Jichu carefully recalled what Hu Xiaoheng had just said and confirmed again. Does your country have this material in the laboratory, or is it already in use? These are two different concepts. Our country had this material in the laboratory 17 years ago, but whether or not it was put into use is a national secret. I can't leak it. Hu Xiaoheng gave a half-truth, which made He Jichu very suspicious. He thought about it for a while and understood that Hu Xiaoheng must be lying to him. Ha! If that's the case, then why are you asking me? So Professor He means that you really know the origin of this gun. Hu Xiaoheng keenly grasped the hidden message in He Jichu's words and continued to trick him. The shooter's target is Nianji. You won't just sit back and do nothing, right? He Jichu choked, but he wasn't easily scared by Hu Xiaoheng. He laughed coldly. Didn't I tell you the origin before? The top 5 U.S. military laboratories. With Major General Hu's ability, it shouldn't be difficult for him to infiltrate the U.S. military laboratories, right? I won't show off in front of an expert. He hung up. When Hu Xiaoheng called again, it always went to voicemail. He Zichu didn't want to continue talking to him. However, Hu Xiaoheng didn't expect He Zichu to tell him the truth. He had only called him to confirm that He Zichu was aware of the shooter's background. Seeing how calm He Zichu was, Hu Xiaoheng guessed that the shooter's crazy behavior was definitely a one-time thing. There wouldn't be a similar pursuit again. It was for no other reason than that the gun was too precious. This kind of suicidal behavior of self-destructing as soon as the attack failed was a one-sided deal. It could only be said that the enemy was already hysterical. This was their final madness, and they had already been defeated by He Zichu. From a rational point of view, Hu Xiaoheng felt that Gu Nianji wouldn't face the same level of danger again. There wouldn't be another crazy shooter of the same level in the imperial capital. But from an emotional point of view, Hu Xiaoheng was still a bit worried. However, the nature of his work made it impossible for him to stay by Gu Nianji's side 24 hours a day. For some reason, he felt a little irritated. Hu Xiaoheng took out a pack of specially supplied cigarettes from the drawer, took one out, and held it in his hand. He lit it and took a puff. Holding the cigarette between his fingers, Hu Xiaoheng looked at the relationship chart on the computer and fell into deep thought. Gu Nianji's assassination attempt this morning was actually related to her grandfather Song Haichuan's secret experiment from 17 years ago. But 17 years ago, Gu Nianji was only 2 years old. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head and switched his hand to hold the cigarette. With his right hand, he used the mouse to cross out the line. To Gu Nianji, she had nothing to do with the experiment from 17 years ago. He was disturbed. The other party's motive was actually very simple. It was because of the estate dispute between Gu Yanran and her that caused the other party to fall into a state of madness. Therefore, Gu Nianji was determined to get the Gu family's assets. Hu Xiaoheng thought about it and picked up his phone to call Gu Nianji again. Gu Nianji had just come out of the bathroom. After soaking in a rose essential oil aromatic bath, Gu Nianji felt her tense cerebral cortex relax a lot, and her head didn't hurt as much. Hearing her phone ring, and it was Hu Xiaoheng's exclusive ringtone, she hesitated for a moment before walking over to pick up. Hu Xiao. Hu Xiaoheng grunted. Nianji, you're back in the dorm. The call connected, and Hu Xiaoheng could see Gu Nianji's location. She was in her dorm. Gu Nianji nodded and sat on the bed as she dried her wet hair with a towel. Why are you calling so late at night? Is something the matter? Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips. Something's the matter. Oh, go ahead then. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Gu Nianji said politely. She climbed onto the bed with one leg and leaned against the edge. Were you okay this morning? Hu Xiaoheng finally asked about the attack Gu Nianji encountered that morning. Were you injured? I was fine. Professor He reacted quickly and saved me again. Gu Nianji smiled. Last time in Germany, if it wasn't for Professor He, I wouldn't have made it back. Hu Xiaoheng replied calmly, yes, we should thank Professor He. But if he could solve these problems once and for all, that would be great. We analyzed that he might be aware of the gunman's background. Gu Nianji didn't speak for a long time. She had the same suspicions and had even tested He Zichu's reaction. Although He Zichu had retorted, Gu Nianji was certain that He Zichu knew something. But he had his concerns and didn't say it out loud. Gu Nianji put down the towel she was drying her hair with and hesitated before saying, Professor He said that the enemy only had one of those guns, so we don't have to worry. Because the only gun had been blown to pieces. Hu Xiaoheng sat up straight. This was consistent with his reasoning. His voice became deeper and had a magnetic quality to it. Professor He said it himself. How did he know that the enemy only had one gun? I don't know either. I asked him, but he wouldn't tell me directly. I got anxious, forget it. Since he doesn't want to tell me, I respect his decision. And I think it's better for me to find the truth myself. That way, I won't be biased. Besides, Gu Nianji knew her own temper and way of doing things. Even if He Ji-chu told her everything, she would verify the truth herself. Regarding her own life and lost memories, she couldn't just accept everything from someone else's words. So to her, it didn't make much of a difference whether He Ji-chu said it or not. Hua Xiaoheng understood what Gu Nianji meant. He also thought the same way. This was also why he didn't force He Ji-chu to give a reason. Because who knew if He Ji-chu was telling the truth? He was also used to finding the truth himself and wouldn't be led by the nose by other people's words. He would only believe the truth if he found it himself. Other people's words were at most a reference, and the credibility would be greatly reduced. Gu Nianji had grown up with him, so her way of doing things had long been marked by him. Thinking of this, Hua Xiaoheng chuckled lightly and said gently, "Be careful. Call me if anything happens." Gu Nianji nodded instinctively. Okay. After she hung up the phone, she regretted that she had agreed too quickly. Putting the phone on the bedside table, Gu Nianji leaned against the edge of the bed and hung her hair to dry as she pondered. Gu Nianji couldn't help praising herself for escaping from a gunshot after returning from danger in Germany. She was really lucky. The other party must be furious, right? He couldn't kill her no matter what. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. Reaching for the phone, she dialed Gu Yanran's number. She could tell there was someone behind Gu Yanran. That person was smarter than Gu Yanran, more composed, and more well hidden than her. Gu Yanran had to be the one to dig that person out. The phone rang twice before Gu Yanran answered. She asked solemnly, "Gu Nianji. Why are you calling me?" Gu Nianji chuckled and deliberately said darkly, "Sister, you did something wrong. Aren't you afraid of ghosts knocking on your door? If I die today, the person calling you right now won't be human. Aren't you afraid at all?" Gu Yanran's eyes narrowed, and she suddenly screamed. The phone was like a hot potato. She suddenly lost her grip and dropped it with a clatter on the floor. Luckily, the iPhone was of good quality, so it didn't break after dropping it. Gu Nianji heard the clatter and knew Gu Yanran had dropped the phone. She laughed and hung up. After harassing Gu Yanran, Gu Nianji went to bed refreshed and fell asleep with a sweet heart. She still had a lot of things to do tomorrow, so Gu Nianji planned to request another trial for the estate dispute case as soon as she woke up. Her important witness, Yi Xian, was already in place. The Imperial Capital High People's Court accepted Gu Nianji's request and informed Gu Yanran and Jin Wani that the third trial for the estate dispute case would be next Monday. It was already mid-November, and the weather in the Imperial capital was getting drier and colder. Life in the Prime Minister's official residence at 32 Willow Alley wasn't easy either. The atmosphere in the Prime Minister's official residence plummeted just like the temperature. That Saturday morning, Tan Dongbang and Tan Guiren sat in the dining room on the first floor of the Prime Minister's official residence to eat breakfast. Tan Dongbang had lost a lot of weight these days. He had been impeached not long after taking office, so he was under a lot of pressure. Tan Guiren knew her father was busy with work and her mother had returned to her parents' home, so she obediently didn't mention his impeachment case. She used a knife to butter Tan Dongbang's bread and placed it on his plate. "Daddy, eat breakfast." "Thank you, little darling." Tan Dongbang's relationship with Kai Songyin wasn't as good as before, but he still loved his only daughter very much. "But Daddy can't eat. There's been too many things recently, and your mommy isn't back yet. Those senators who brought up the impeachment case are too arrogant. Kai Songyin wasn't home these days, so Tan Dongbang didn't have anyone else to talk to, so he chattered endlessly to Tan Guiren. Tan Guiren didn't really understand these things, but she obediently played the role of a competent listener. Kai Songyin stood at the wooden door of the dining room and stared darkly at Tan Dongbang, who was eating breakfast with his head lowered. However, when Tan Dongbang looked up and saw Kai Song-yin, a smile quickly appeared on her face. "Mommy! You're finally back. Why aren't you coming in?" Tan Guiren also saw Kai Song-yin and quickly stood up. She picked up her dress and ran over to Kai Song-yin. Tan Dongbang sighed in relief when he saw Kai Song-yin. They had been married for many years. Although he was more harmonious in bed with Gu Yenran, that was mostly because of the novelty. If something really happened, the first person he wanted to discuss it with was still Kai Song-yin. "Song-yin, you heard everything, right?" When he saw Kai Song-yin, his expression dropped, and his entire face darkened. "What do you think we should do? What should we do? Aren't you very close to Gu Yenran?" Kai Song-yin snickered. "Ask her for help." Tan Dongbang felt guilty and quickly said, "What do you mean close? If she didn't come to me herself, how could I? How could I?" Kai Song-yin glanced at him with a smile and waved at him. "Dongbang, come over here. I have something to ask you." It was the first night watch, so it was a bit late. Because he was working overtime, he didn't get home until 7. "I'll try to get to the third watch today. Just a reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes at around 1 p.m. The monthly votes will be 1,200 plus updates. At 7 p.m., the third update. P.S. Thank you to Momo Moshi for the 10,000 Chidin coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 863. Kai Song-yin brought Tan Dongbang back to the master bedroom on the second floor of the Prime Minister's official residence. Tan Guiren followed them up the stairs and didn't follow them inside when she saw them enter the master bedroom. She thought that Mommy must have a lot to say to Daddy since it had been so many days since she came back. She shouldn't disturb them and wait for them to finish talking before she went to check on them. Kai Song-yin stood at the door of the master bedroom and looked at the bedroom she had happily moved into and the meticulously decorated furnishings. Her heart suddenly ached, and the tears that she thought had already dried up flowed out again. She turned around and quietly wiped them away. Tan Dongbang awkwardly handed her a tissue and said in a low voice, "Song-yin, I'm sorry. It was my fault this time. You can hit me or scold me, but please don't ignore me. I only have you in my heart." Unfortunately, these words could only be used to coax young girls who didn't know the ways of the world, but they weren't good enough to coax Kai Song-yin. Kai Song-yin was old, and her daughter was already in her 20s. She was also a powerful figure in the media industry, so how could she be fooled by Tan Dongbang's words? However, she couldn't just fall out with Tan Dongbang like this. There was no other reason than that their interests were too deeply implicated. As for her feelings, they disappeared the moment she saw the video of Tan Dongbang and Gu Yenran. In order to save some face and poise for herself, she returned to her parents' home in a fit of rage. She was afraid that when she faced Tan Dongbang in a fit of rage, she would accidentally chop him up with a knife. However, committing a murder over a scumbag who had cheated wasn't worth it. She returned to her parents' home for almost a month before her anger gradually subsided. Her rationality returned, and it was also the time when she could face Tan Dongbang calmly. "Dongbang, we've been married for so many years. You made such a big mistake this time." As Kai Song-yin spoke, she took out her phone and opened the video she had never released to the public. It was also the video from the master bedroom. "Look, even if you want to cheat on someone, don't do it on my bed. Do you think Gu Yenran is easy to deal with? She purposely left a lot of traces here for me to find." Tan Dongbang's face darkened when he saw it, and he trembled with anger. Gu Yenran had clearly promised that she would never tell Kai Song-yin. However, the evidence was conclusive, so Tan Dongbang felt extremely guilty. His legs finally gave way, and he pulled Kai Song-yin's hand and knelt down in front of her. Song-yin, Song-yin, forgive me this once. I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. Really, Gu Yanran caused me to be impeached by the Senate. I really had no choice. You know how many years I've worked hard to become the Prime Minister. Tan Dongbang held Kai Songin's hand and begged pitifully, we were childhood sweethearts. I've liked you since I was young, and the only person I love is you. Kai Songin's heart was about to burst into laughter. Now that he's being impeached, he's only thinking about, the only person he loves is you. Why didn't he think about who he loves when he's rolling in the sheets with another woman? Kai Songyin tried her best to restrain herself from pushing Tan Dongbang away. She took a deep breath, raised her head, and closed her eyes. She reached out to pull Tan Dongbang up. Dongbang, get up. What are you doing? You're the Prime Minister of a country, you don't have to kneel before me. Songyin, help me. Help me. I don't want to be the first Prime Minister to be impeached. I still have to run for re-election. Songyin, have you forgotten the oath we made together? Have you forgotten our ideals? Tan Dongbang hugged Kai Songyin's shoulders. As long as you help me get through this, I swear I won't look at another woman for the rest of my life. How could she believe something like that? Kai Songyin's lips twitched. That won't be necessary. You're the Prime Minister of a nation. How can you not look at another woman? Can you still carry out your work? Whatever you say. I'll definitely listen to you. Tan Dongbang's personal assistants and advisors had all taken sick leave and refused to help with his impeachment case. Everyone felt the evidence was too solid and didn't know how to clear his name at all. The only people he could ask for help were his own family. The Tans were a scholarly family and deeply hated the scandals he'd committed. Although they didn't kick him when he was down, they couldn't help him either. Kai Songyin was the only one who was his wife. As long as his wife stood by his side, he would be able to get through this kind of scandal. He studied the presidents, prime ministers, and prime ministers abroad who had scandals. They all relied on their wives' support to get through the difficult times. Kai Songyin was also well aware of this, which was why she came back last. After all, they were husband and wife. They didn't have feelings for each other, but they were a married couple with benefits. Furthermore, they had a precious daughter. Even if it meant that her daughter would have a good husband in the future, she couldn't allow Tan Dongbang to be impeached. However, she didn't have to be so firm in front of Tan Dongbang. Men were all worthless wretches. Only by keeping them in suspense would they be blindfolded and continue to move forward while smelling the scent of carrots. Kai Songyin thought viciously. Her heart was filled with contempt and hatred for men. Tan Dongbang looked at Kai Songyin nervously and nudged her. Songyin, tell me, what should I do? The Senate had already formed a grand jury and sent a special prosecutor to gather evidence of Tan Dongbang's infidelity. They had also questioned his character and ability to work. As long as the prosecutor could convince the grand jury, Tan Dongbang would be impeached. Kai Songyin laughed. Are you anxious now? If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? I'm tired. Let me rest for a few days first. But the grand jury has already started listening to the evidence. Tan Dongbang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. I can't eat or sleep these days. I've aged more than 10 years. I know. I'm already hiring a lawyer. Kai Songyin waved her hand nonchalantly. Also, all the furniture and furnishings in this bedroom have to be changed. Do you have any objections? No objections, no objections. Feel free to change. Tan Dongbang only sighed in relief when he heard that Kai Songyin was already hiring a lawyer. He was the prime minister, so he couldn't do things on his own most of the time. He needed someone to do it for him. His personal assistant and aides all left one after another, so he couldn't even hire a lawyer. After thinking about it, Songyin was still the best to him. Tan Dongbang was now determined to be good to Kai Songyin. He walked out of the master bedroom and gently closed the door. He happened to see Tan Guiren poking her head out of her own bedroom. "Daddy, is mommy still angry?" Tan Guiren asked quietly as she pointed at the master bedroom door. "Much better." Tan Dongbang's expression relaxed. "Go spend time with your mommy. Your mommy loves you the most." "Okay." Tan Guiren saw that Tan Dongbang was about to leave, so she entered her parents' bedroom to chat with Kai Songyin. It was also the morning of the weekend. Gu Nianji woke up from her dreams and didn't want to move. She played with her phone on her bed alone. Ma Qiqi returned with breakfast and knocked on her door. "Nianji, are you up?" Gu Nianji raised her voice. "I'm awake, but I'm not up yet." "Little lazy cat, hurry up and get up. I bought salted tofu pudding and sweet tofu pudding, millet porridge, chive deep-fried pancakes, and beef buns. What do you want to eat?" Gu Nianji originally didn't want to get up, but she immediately felt hungry when she heard Ma Qiqi mention breakfast and snacks. She rolled out of bed and quickly washed up before getting up to eat breakfast. The two of them sat at the dining table in the living room and chatted happily as they ate. Not long after, Ma Qiqi's phone rang. As soon as she heard the ringtone, she immediately picked up the phone and said to Gu Nianji, "Eat by yourself, don't be shy. I'll take a call." She then slipped back to her room and closed the door to whisper to Gu Nianji. Seeing this, Gu Nianji knew it was most likely Yin Shixiang. She smiled and made a face at Ma Qiqi's door before continuing to eat breakfast. Ma Qiqi came out in less than 5 minutes. Her face was still flushed, and she looked like she was on cloud 9. Gu Nianji put a beef bun in front of her and said, "The dust has finally settled. Tell me, when do you two plan on holding the wedding?" "Pfft. How can it be so soon?" Ma Qiqi smiled as she ate half a beef bun in one bite. "I want to enjoy the beauty of being in a relationship right now. Who wants to get married so early and become an old woman?" A certain beautiful 19-year-old genius girl had unfortunately been shot in the knee. Gu Nianji couldn't help but secretly resent Hu Xiaoheng. It was all because of him that she became an old woman. Ma Qiqi envisioned the beautiful future of being in a relationship with Gu Nianji. Seeing her roommate's silence, she thought about it and seemed to understand Gu Nianji's thoughts. She quietly asked, "Nianji, do you miss Hu Xiao?" Gu Nianji shook her head. "Why would I miss him? Don't ramble on about nothing." "Then what's with you looking like this?" Ma Qiqi crossed her arms and wanted to interrogate Gu Nianji. "Also, tell me, that day at Professor He's building, you were holding hands with him. Are you coming out of the closet?" Gu Nianji burst out laughing and gently patted Ma Qiqi's shoulder. "Is that how you use coming out of the closet? Qiqi, oh Qiqi, why didn't I see that you were ignorant and incompetent?" It was the second update, and the monthly tickets had been delivered at 1,200 plus updates. Try to get to the third update today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. The third update was at 7 p.m. Chapter 864. Don't change the subject. Ma Qiqi pretended to be serious, but the dancing smile in her eyes betrayed her. "I'm telling you, even if you plan to be with Professor He, you have to restrain yourself. Don't poke other people's eyes at school after you graduate." Gu Nianji sighed softly and put down her spoon. She wiped her mouth with a napkin and said helplessly, "I don't have any feelings for Professor He, really. But Professor He treats me really well, and how do I put it?" Gu Nianji was a bit confused herself. It would be a lie to say that she had no feelings at all. Humans weren't plants, so how could they be emotionless? But this kind of feeling wasn't romantic. Gu Nianji was very clear about this. To be honest, I do feel closer to Professor He than other people, but I don't know why. Gu Nianji spread her hands. Really, sometimes I think it's nice to have a brother like him, but I wouldn't use that to discuss Professor He. That's true. Ma Chichi nodded in agreement. What I hate the most is when the man I like tells me that he only sees me as a little sister. Sister my ass. If you don't like him, then you don't like him. Why do you have to make it sound like a bitch? Gu Nianji smiled sheepishly and whispered, so there's really nothing between me and Professor He. Even if I think he's like a brother, it's just a thought in my mind. How could I be so lucky to have such a good brother like him? Professor He is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. I really don't know what kind of woman would be good enough for him. Ma Chichi became infatuated again. He's so handsome. He talks and walks like the scenery. I can't help but be attracted to him. Gu Nianji was speechless. She waved her hand in front of Ma Chichi. Wake up. Chichi, you're already taken. Yeah. Ma Chichi sighed deeply and beamed. That's why I can only watch from afar. I can't play with him. Pfft. Gu Nianji smacked her hand. Go play with Brother Xiong. Professor He is so handsome that you can only watch from afar. Don't use your dirty thoughts to fantasize about him. Pfft. Ma Chichi also patted Gu Nianji's hand. Brother Xiong and I haven't reached the level of playing around, so you don't have to worry. Gu Nianji couldn't stop smiling. It was a beautiful weekend morning with good food and friends. It was one of life's great joys. After breakfast, Gu Nianji went to the library to prepare materials for Monday's trial. This time, both sides were ready to confront each other in court. After the first two tests, she and Gu Yanran both knew that they were like fire and water. They had reached the point where they could only exist. The assassination that had happened a few days ago made Gu Nianji understand that Gu Yanran wanted her dead. Gu Nianji had originally only wanted to fight for half of the Gu family's property rights. The other half was to be frozen. She hadn't expected Gu Yanran to be so ruthless as to directly take her life, so she wouldn't hold back. This time, she wanted to fight for all the family property. She wanted to kick Gu Yanran out of the house and leave with nothing. Although it was difficult to do so. After all, the comatose Gu Xiangwen was Gu Yanran's biological father based on DNA. Gu Nianji was only an adopted daughter. If an adopted daughter could fight a lawsuit to get all the property from her biological daughter, it would be enough for everyone to talk about for years. Gu Nianji looked at the materials in her hands and the written questions and answers that Yi Xian had given her. She fell into deep thought. She could see that Gu Yanran had protected the Gu family situation very well. The old servants of the Gu family had all died in the hostage kidnapping incident in Barbados. Yi Xian had also been in boarding school in the United States for a long time. His only evidence was that when he was the head of finance for the Gu family, he had a better understanding of the Gu family's assets. He was able to provide Gu Nianji with a list of assets. With Gu Xiangwen in a vegetative state, Gu Yanran's side of the story regarding the Gu family's matters could only be heard. Because other than her, no one else alive knew the details of the Gu family situation. Gu Nianji's marker pen drew circles and lines on the paper. In the end, the center always returned to the name Gu Yanran in the middle of the white paper. She already had a vague idea that since Gu Yanran was the core of everything in the Gu family, her breakthrough point should be Gu Yanran. All other evidence was secondary. What she really wanted to prove was Gu Yanran's true identity. Gu Nianji absolutely did not believe that Gu Yanran was Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. Although she was not sure if she was Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter, she was very sure that Gu Yanran was definitely not. Then who was Gu Yanran? Gu Nianji took out the information that Hu Xiaoheng had helped her find on Gu Yanran. She graduated with honors from St. John's College in England. What a qualified housekeeper. Before St. John's College in England, her high school and elementary school records were all blank. She couldn't find out where she went to high school or elementary school. Gu Nianji added another suspicious point to her list. The weekend passed quickly. Gu Nianji spent 2 days in the library, and Monday quickly arrived. It was the third court hearing for the estate dispute between her and Gu Yanran. She woke up in the morning, washed up, and changed into a smart black Versace pantsuit and a pair of HNIK black stilettos. Her long hair was tied up in a bun at the back of her head, making her look more mature. Looking at herself in the mirror, Gu Nianji was still a bit dissatisfied. She wanted to find a pair of glasses to wear so that people would think she was an adult. However, she didn't usually wear glasses. She hadn't worn glasses in court in the past either. If she wore them now, it would be too eye-catching. Therefore, Gu Nianji only thought about it. After she finished packing, Ma Qiqi went downstairs with her. Ma Qiqi was also going to sit in today. Ever since she and Yin Shixiang got together, she didn't give up any opportunity to be with him. This time, Yin Shixiang was representing Hu Xiaoheng to sit in on Gu Nianji's lawsuit, so Ma Qiqi followed along. Yin Shixiang was waiting for them downstairs in his car. Gu Nianji and Ma Qiqi went downstairs to get in the car. Gu Nianji consciously sat in the back and gave the front passenger seat to Ma Qiqi. Ma Qiqi sat in with a smile and blushed when she saw Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang had never been in a relationship before, so he didn't know what it felt like to be in a relationship. However, he knew that he was happy when he saw Ma Qiqi, liked being with her, and was willing to be with her. Starting the car, Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi started chatting. Both of them were chatterboxes. As soon as they started the topic, they immediately discovered many similarities. For example, they both liked swimming, eating, rock climbing, and camping. By the time they arrived at the courthouse, Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi had already decided to go to an indoor stadium for indoor rock climbing this weekend. Gu Nianji was also infected by their relaxed attitude. She simply emptied her mind and didn't think about anything else. She closed her eyes and rested in the back seat. When she got out of the car, Gu Nianji immediately saw Gu Yanran and Jean Wani standing at the courthouse entrance. Gu Yanran looked very haggard. She was still a beautiful second look, but she didn't have the charm she used to have. Jean Wani's attitude was normal as she stood elegantly beside Gu Yanran. However, when she saw Yin Shixiang open the car door and carry Ma Qiqi out of the car, the calmness on her face was on the verge of shattering. It was the third watch. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. Good night, everyone. P.S. I'll still be working overtime tomorrow, so the first watch will also be delayed. It'll be between 9:30 and 10 o'clock. Chapter 865. Yin Shixiang was driving Hu Xiaoheng's silver Bentley Bentayga SUV today. The car was tall with smooth and natural lines. It had a quiet, low-key luxury to it. Yin Shixiang's body was the standard military build. He was 1.8 meters tall and straight. With Ma Qiqi, who was 1.7 meters tall, in his arms, it was indescribably harmonious and loving. Ma Qiqi hung from Yin Shixiang's neck and kissed him on the cheek without hesitation. She smiled and said, "I'll reward you for carrying me out of the car." Gu Nianji clicked her tongue and almost covered her eyes. "Can you two stop showing off in front of the court? Think about how I feel about being single." Yin Shixiang's back stiffened. He turned to look at Gu Nianji and frowned. "Single? You? Yeah. You have a problem with that. Qiqi is a member of the Animal Protection Organization, right?" Qiqi. Gu Nianji's large eyes blinked at Ma Qiqi. Ma Qiqi suppressed her laughter and nodded. "Yes. I'm a member of the animal protection organization that cares for single dogs. I used to be the honorary president, but I've stepped down now. Yin Shixiang understood and laughed as he ruffled Gu Nianji's hair. Little girl, you even dare to tease Brother Xiong. Gu Nianji quickly turned to the side and smoothed her hair. She said angrily, don't touch me. Brother Xiong, you have a family now. You have to be careful to keep your distance from other women. Yes, I will keep my distance from other women, but you're my sister. I don't need to keep my distance from you. Is that right? Chi-Chi. Although Yin Shixiang acted like he was in charge of his own affairs, he still secretly observed Ma Chi-Chi's expression in the end. Ma Chi-Chi happened to be open-minded and good friends with Gu Nianji. She waved her hand nonchalantly. Of course not. Nianji is also my sister. Isn't it normal for older brothers and sisters to take care of their sisters? Gu Nianji was speechless. She suddenly felt so touched. What could she say? Jean Wani, who was on the opposite side, couldn't stand it anymore. She smiled awkwardly and said, this is really interesting. You're fighting a lawsuit with your own sister over the family property, but you're so affectionate with those people who have nothing to do with you. You call them brother and sister so affectionately. Why don't you think about why others are so affectionate to you? Although she was talking to Gu Nianji, she glanced at Yin Shixiang from the corner of her eye. Yin Shixiang and Ma Chi-Chi didn't say anything and only looked at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji squeezed their hands and turned to Jean Wani. Lawyer Jean, let's talk in court. Why waste our breath here? Jean Wani held her briefcase tightly in her hand and said unhappily. Weren't you talking just now? Was I wasting my breath just now? Gu Nianji took 2 steps forward and was already in front of Jean Wani. After hearing what she said, Gu Nianji took 2 steps back and stood in front of Jean Wani. She smiled and said, that's different. Talking to friends is called exchanging feelings. Talking to enemies is a waste of breath. You have to understand the concept clearly. As she spoke, she turned to catch up with Yin Shixiang and Ma Chi-Chi. Jean Wani was so angry that her eyebrows were raised. She still wanted to say something to Gu Nianji. Gu Yanran tugged at her sleeve and said weakly, no need, Wani. She's already obsessed. She won't listen to your advice. Jean Wani shut her mouth and walked in with Gu Yanran. They weren't alone. Gu Yanran brought the housekeeper, Mrs. James, as well as the driver and bodyguards. When they entered the court, they were also a large group of people. In comparison, Gu Nianji only had Yin Shixiang and Ma Chi-Chi with her, so her aura was much weaker. When they arrived at Court A, where the trial was starting, there were 2 to 3 rows of people sitting on the defendant's side, while there were only 3 to 5 people on the plaintiff's side. When Yin Shixiang brought Ma Chi-Chi to their seats, he was surprised to see General Ji's personal secretary, Secretary Chow, already sitting there. He greeted him vaguely. You're here too. Are you free today? This is also a mission, ha ha ha. How could I be free? Secretary Chow laughed and discreetly glanced at Ma Chi-Chi, who was sitting next to Yin Shixiang. This is... Yin Shixiang generously introduced her. Ma Chi-Chi, Nianji's postgraduate roommate. Oh, you're also a postgraduate student at B University. You're a top student. Nice to meet you. Secretary Chow took the initiative to shake Ma Chi-Chi's hand. Ma Chi-Chi was flattered. She quickly shook his hand with a smile. I'm Nianji's roommate. I'm here to cheer her on. That's good. Roommates should be friendly and help each other. Otherwise, it'll be hard to live with people who live together every day and don't like each other, ha ha ha. Secretary Chow nodded and sat next to Yin Shixiang. Ma Chi-Chi sat on Yin Shixiang's right. Just diagonally behind them, another person walked over and sat on Ma Chi-Chi's right. Yin Shixiang looked at him. Yes, he recognized him. This person was Senior Speaker Long's subordinate, Special Assistant Yang. However, his expression was not as cheerful as Secretary Chow's. Instead, it was serious and arrogant. When he looked at Gu Nianji, his expression softened, but his eyes were full of scrutiny and speculation. Yin Shixiang smiled and greeted Special Assistant Yang. Hello, are you free today? Special Assistant Yang nodded at him but did not reply. He looked down to take out a pad and pen and began to write notes. Other than the plaintiffs and defendants' lawyers, no one else in the courtroom was allowed to bring their phones or other electronic devices. If they wanted to take notes, they could only use notes. After a while, everyone sat down, and the judge walked in from the main door. The bailiff closed the door to the courtroom, and the trial officially began. The judge was still Director Gao, who had presided over the last two trials. The third trial of Gu Nianji's lawsuit against Gu Yanran's inheritance case will now begin. The judge banged his gavel and asked the defendant's lawyer, Jean Wani, defendant's lawyer, you mentioned last time that you wanted to find the plaintiff's proof of adoption. May I ask if you have found it? The last time, Jean Wani and Gu Yanran had requested 3 months, but it had not arrived yet. The judge was only asking as a matter of routine. As expected, Jean Wani said, Your Honor, because our important witness, Mr. Vanderbilt, who is also Mr. Gu Xiangwen's appointed lawyer, was murdered in the United States, we have no leads on the proof of adoption at the moment. Jean Wani said cleverly. Mr. Vanderbilt was Gu Xiangwen's lawyer for his will, so he had no actual connection to the proof of adoption. However, Jean Wani used the word because to connect the two unrelated things. It gave the people in the courtroom a preconceived impression that Mr. Vanderbilt was murdered because they wanted to find someone's proof of adoption. Gu Nianji immediately stood up to refute, Objection, Your Honor. The defendant has no evidence to prove that Mr. Vanderbilt is related to the proof of adoption. There is no causal link between the two. Then she continued, Also, may I ask what evidence the defendant has to prove that Mr. Vanderbilt is my father, Gu Xiangwen's lawyer? Mr. Vanderbilt was Gu Xiangwen's lawyer, so he seemed to have Gu Xiangwen's will. However, Gu Nianji was very alarmed by the fact that Gu Yanran was the only one who said this, and not long after she said it, Mr. Vanderbilt's entire family was murdered. There were many implications to this. Jean Wani froze. Evidence? You're asking me for evidence? Who doesn't know that Mr. Vanderbilt's entire family was brutally murdered? They were almost wiped out, and you still have the nerve to ask me for evidence. Gu Nianji spread her hands. Lawyer Jean, please don't confuse us. Up until now, Gu Yanran was the only one who said that Mr. Vanderbilt was my father, Gu Xiangwen's lawyer. However, before we could prove it, Mr. Vanderbilt was unfortunately murdered. I sympathize with the tragic experience of Mr. Vanderbilt's family, but the courtroom is not a place for sympathy. The courtroom is about logic and evidence. Gu Yanran said that Mr. Vanderbilt was my father, Gu Xiangwen's lawyer, so she has to produce evidence. Jean Wani looked at Gu Yanran thoughtfully and asked quietly, Do you have evidence? Gu Yanran glared at her indignantly and turned to look at Gu Nianji. He's already dead. Where do you expect me to find evidence? Do I have to go to the underworld and ask him personally if you are my father, Gu Xiangwen's lawyer for his will? She thought her words were sharp and humorous, so the housekeeper, chauffeur, and bodyguards she had brought all laughed along. The courtroom suddenly became lively. The judge knocked his gavel expressionlessly. Silence. Please do not make a ruckus in the courtroom. Everyone's laughter slowly subsided. Gu Nianji waited for them to stop laughing before asking calmly, Defendant, how did you get lawyer Jean to be your representative lawyer? Gu Yanran frowned. She didn't understand why Gu Nianji would ask that question, but she knew that Gu Nianji would never ask unrelated questions. However, no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure out how this question had anything to do with the question just now. After hesitating for a while, she probed, "I called lawyer Jean and met to discuss it in detail. I felt that she was reliable and capable, so I asked her to be my representative lawyer." "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Gu Nianji rolled her eyes internally before replying dryly, "No problem. But just because you said something, she became your representative lawyer." Gu Yanran thought about it again before replying cautiously, "Of course not. We even signed an agency agreement." "That's right." Gu Nianji actually complimented Gu Yanran. "So if you want to hire a representative lawyer, you must sign an agreement. If you don't sign it, your agency relationship won't be established, and she won't be able to represent you in court." Gu Yanran was speechless. She glanced at Jean Wani and wondered if Gu Nianji had gone crazy. However, Gu Nianji immediately said something that made Gu Yanran cower. "Then, you said that Mr. Vanderbilt is my father, Gu Xiangwen's lawyer for his will. May I ask if you have the agency agreement he signed with my father?" These types of agreements were usually made in duplicate. The law firm would have one copy, and the client would also have one copy. This was the first update, and they would try to get 3 updates today. A reminder to everyone about the recommendation votes and monthly votes at around 1 p.m. The recommendation votes reached 1 million, and the next update. At 7 p.m., the third update. Chapter 866. Agency Agreement. Gu Yanran looked confused and doubtful. That person was the one who told her about Mr. Vanderbilt's lawyer. How would she know how that person knew that person was Gu Xiangwen's lawyer? Gu Nianji was furious, so she couldn't say that someone had told her. She would probably die a horrible death if she betrayed that person. Gu Yanran shuddered at the thought of that person's methods. In a moment of desperation, she suddenly had an idea and found an excuse. "I think there is, but my father didn't pass away, so I don't know where he is." That was a reasonable explanation. Jean Wani quickly added, "But since Mr. Vanderbilt has passed away, his estate will be handled by an executor. If the court allows it, we can contact his executor and ask him to check if there is a signed agency agreement with Mr. Gu Xiangwen when he checks his estate." Gu Nianji waited for them to contact Mr. Vanderbilt's executor, but she purposely thought about it and said reluctantly, "How long will it take to get the news if you're only contacting him now?" "It won't be long. I'll send them a lawyer's letter. It'll take at least a day to a week to get a reply." Jean Wani was very confident and planned to send a lawyer's letter as soon as she got back. Gu Nianji could only nod. "Then hurry up. We can't delay any longer." Jean Wani laughed at Gu Nianji's attitude. "Miss Gu, you really can't wait. Old Master Gu isn't dead yet, and you're already in such a hurry to split his estate." Gu Nianji could tell that Jean Wani was emotionally unstable that morning outside the courtroom, so her immediate strategy was to provoke her. The consequences of speaking indiscriminately in court couldn't be resolved with an apology. Gu Nianji's lips curled into an irritating smile as she shook her head. "Lawyer Jean, you can't say that. I'm not trying to split my father's estate. I'm trying to protect my father's estate. Why would you think I'm trying to split my father's estate? Isn't that the case? Your sister, Gu Yanran, is old Master Gu's biological daughter, and you're an adopted daughter. Gu Yanran is the eldest daughter, and you're the second daughter. No matter if it's in terms of blood ties or seniority, what right do you have to fight with your sister for the Gu inheritance?" Jean Wani also became aggressive. "I said, I'm not fighting for it. I just want to take back the part that belongs to me according to the law." Gu Nianji's smile became even more irritating, and she deliberately put on a smug expression. "If Gu Yanran can't produce a will, then we will distribute the inheritance according to the law." Jean Wani glared at Gu Nianji and swallowed the breath that was stuck in her throat. She said slowly, Fine, then we'll distribute it according to the law. As she spoke, she took out the list of assets that Gu Yanran had submitted to the court. Let's not argue anymore. Although Miss Gu doesn't treat my client as an older sister, my client treats her as a younger sister. My client agrees to split the assets on this list equally with second Miss Gu. Gu Nianji only wanted to laugh when she heard that. The list of assets that Gu Yanran had submitted was 2/3 less than Yi Xian's. More than half of the assets were gone, and the rest had to be split equally. How generous! The judge looked down at the two lists of assets in front of him and asked Gu Nianji, "Does the plaintiff agree?" Gu Nianji stood up and turned to look at Jin Wani and Gu Yanran. The two of them also stared at Gu Nianji unblinkingly. They were very nervous. Of course I don't agree. Gu Nianji's words were expected by Jin Wani and the judge. Only Gu Yanran was very unhappy and secretly despised Gu Nianji for being too greedy. What if you don't agree? The Gu inheritance is all here. I can't make it appear for you even if you want me to. Gu Yanran sighed. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Sister, I can't do anything either. How about I give all of this to you? She had already made such a concession. Was Gu Nianji still not satisfied? Jin Wani also clapped her hands exaggeratedly and said, Miss Gu truly has a deep sisterly bond. You're willing to give up all of the Gu inheritance. She turned to look at the judge and said, Your Honor, I think we don't need to fight this lawsuit. We can negotiate with Miss Gu on our own and settle out of court. The judge looked at Gu Nianji. Plaintiff, do you agree to settle out of court? Gu Nianji looked at Gu Yanran and Jin Wani's excited expressions and shook her head again. No. Miss Gu, please think carefully. If you don't accept my client's proposal and really want to fight this lawsuit, you'll only get half at most. But if you settle out of court with my client, you'll get much more than half, Jin Wani suggested sincerely. Under these circumstances, anyone with a brain would choose to settle out of court. Gu Nianji also sighed and said, Lawyer Jin, you've been with your client for too long. Are you also eager for quick success? Jin Wani's face turned pale from her rebuke. Her lips trembled as she said coldly, Gu Nianji, what do you mean? I didn't mean anything else. Gu Nianji looked at the judge solemnly. Your Honor, I have an objection to the inventory of the Gu family's assets submitted by the defendant, Gu Yanran. I don't agree that this is all of the Gu family's assets. I also have a copy of the inventory of the Gu family's assets that was submitted to the court. I request that the assets be distributed according to this inventory. As she spoke, Gu Nianji walked to Jin Wani and Gu Yanran's defendant's stand. Holding the inventory that Yi Xian had given her, she shook it in front of them and said, The defendant, Gu Yanran, just said that she wants to give me all of the Gu family's assets. How about that? If you agree to give me all of the assets on this inventory, I won't sue you and we can settle out of court. Are you willing? Of course not, Jin Wani and Gu Yanran said in unison. Then it's settled. Gu Nianji spread her hands in disdain. Everyone can say pretty words, but no one is willing to give up when it comes to real benefits. Therefore, defendant, Gu Yanran, stop pretending to be a good sister. You hid the Gu family's assets and attempted to embezzle things that don't belong to you. You've already violated the law and are suspected of fraud. I didn't. Gu Yanran panicked and quickly defended herself loudly. I didn't embezzle the Gu family's assets. These assets were originally my family's. Don't you think it's ridiculous for me to embezzle my own family's assets? Is that strange? Gu Nianji smiled and tilted her head to look at her. There's still the saying of marital sex when you're married. Why don't you embezzle your own family's assets? Gu Yanran was speechless and could only look at Jin Wani for help. Jin Wani was a bit amused. Since they could produce the inventory, they naturally weren't afraid of being investigated. Could they find the list of assets that Gu Nianji had produced? For example, how could they investigate the holding companies in the Cayman Islands? Write letters to those companies. They were companies that cared so much about their shareholders' privacy and had dealt with these kinds of letters countless times. They relied on it to survive. Jean Wani knew that the inventory that Gu Yanran produced was definitely not everything, but she didn't think it was wrong. Only an idiot would really take out all of their assets to share equally with an adopted daughter. Gu Yanran wasn't a true saint. As Jean Wani thought about this, the smile on her face became even warmer. She glanced at the list of assets that Yi Xian had provided in Gu Nianji's hands with contempt and smiled like a wolf grandmother. Gu Nianji, where did you get this list of assets from? This inventory was provided to me by Yi Xian, the previous treasurer of the Gu family. Gu Nianji said to the judge. I request to bring in an important witness, Yi Xian. Objection. Jean Wani was already prepared and immediately refuted Gu Nianji's suggestion. Yi Xian had just finished a lawsuit with my client, and the court issued a restraining order prohibiting him from appearing within 10 meters of my client. It turned out that the prohibition order was waiting for her here. Gu Nianji looked at Jean Wani and thought to herself that she had really forgotten about that. Jean Wani studied Gu Nianji's expression and guessed that Gu Nianji probably hadn't thought about that. The smile on her face grew wider. Also, Yi Xian has a questionable character. He was involved in the murder of Mr. Vanderbilt's family in the United States. Although he was acquitted in the end, that was because there wasn't enough evidence to prove that he didn't commit the crime. After all, Mr. Vanderbilt's family was murdered right after Yi Xian met with Mr. Vanderbilt. In conclusion, a person with questionable character, a restraining order issued by the court, and a deep relationship with the two daughters of the Gu family does not have the right to testify in court. Jean Wani's words practically stripped Yi Xian of his right to testify in court. The judge also expressed his approval. The defendant's lawyer has a point. However, our country doesn't have a witness challenge system, so Yi Xian can still testify in court. However, because of his personal standpoint and his relationship with the defendant and the plaintiff, the chances of his testimony being accepted are very low. Plaintiff, do you still consider letting him testify in court? This was the second update, an additional update for the Major General's recommendation votes reaching 1 million. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes 7 p.m., the third update. P.S. This is Mohan's first book with more than 1 million recommendation votes. I have mixed feelings. Thank you, everyone, for persevering in your recommendation votes every day. Your little effort can help Major General get on the list. Thank you. Chapter 867. Gu Nianji's mind raced. Did she want Yi Xian to testify in court, or not? The judge had made it very clear that even if he testified in court, the possibility of his testimony being accepted was very low, but from another perspective, if Yi Xian testified in court, it would cause Gu Yanran immense psychological pressure. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Gu Nianji decided to summon Yi Xian to testify in court. Anyway, she had to prove that the list of assets that Gu Yanran had produced was fake. It wasn't something that could be accomplished with just Yi Xian's testimony. Gu Nianji nodded calmly. Yes, Your Honor, I still want to summon Yi Xian to testify in court. What a joke. Would she give up? Professor, he had spent so much effort to bring Yi Xian back to the country safely. No matter what, she would not give up the opportunity to have Yi Xian testify in court. Jean Wani had also made ample preparations. The worst-case scenario would be Yi Xian testifying in court. She didn't expect that all of her previous precautions, including applying for a restraining order from another court, would not be able to stop Gu Nianji's determination and actions to summon Yi Xian to testify in court. Gu Yanran's face was even paler. She whispered to Jean Wani, "Didn't you apply for a restraining order? What did it mean that he had come to court? Are you going to ignore the verdict of another court?" Jean Wani told her to calm down. As expected, after the judge questioned Gu Nianji, he asked Jean Wani, defense lawyer, "Do you agree?" Because Yi Xian had a restraining order on him, he had to obtain Gu Yanran's permission if he wanted to testify in court. Only then could he appear within 10 meters of Gu Yanran. If they appeared in the same courtroom, they would definitely be within 10 meters of Gu Yanran. If Gu Yanran didn't agree, then Yi Xian couldn't testify in court. Jean Wani stood up with a smile and said, "Yi Xian once caused great harm to my client. No matter what, my client doesn't want to see him, much less appear in the same room as him. I hope that the court will seriously consider the restraining order that another court has issued to Yi Xian because of the criminal assault case, prohibiting him from appearing within 10 meters of my client." This was a clear rejection of Yi Xian testifying in court. The judge also felt a bit awkward. He looked at Gu Nianji and said, "Plaintiff, the defendant objects to Yi Xian testifying in court because of the injunction. Your request may not be satisfied by the court." When Ma Chi-Chi heard this, she couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. What should he do? It was obvious that Nianji wasn't prepared. She looked at Gu Nianji worriedly and considered whether she should suggest that the trial be adjourned temporarily and wait for another court to request an exemption before starting the trial again. However, Gu Nianji didn't want to do that because she didn't want to wait any longer. This case had been dragged on for long enough. She didn't want Gu Yanran to jump around anymore. The consequence of letting Gu Yanran continue to control such a large amount of wealth was to endlessly hunt her down. So while Jean Wani was talking, Gu Nianji thought about the restriction order. Although it was a bit sudden, she quickly came up with a countermeasure. She smiled at the judge and said, "Your Honor, may I ask if there is a remote video conference system in this courtroom?" The judge understood at once, and could not help smiling approvingly. "Of course there is," he said gently. "Our court system is all connected to the internet." "That's enough." Gu Nianji clasped her hands together. "I request that the court agree to allow Yi Xian to testify remotely via video call. It will be like a conference call. We will question him here, and he will answer our questions through a live video call." She then looked at Jean Wani and Gu Yanran. "What do you two think?" That was how a courtroom debate worked. A really good lawyer was good at adapting to changing circumstances. Because everyone knew how to prepare before going to court, what really distinguished lawyers was their ability to improvise when they weren't fully prepared. Jean Wani glared at Gu Nianji and gritted her teeth so hard they almost shattered. She never imagined that Gu Nianji would be so mischievous and use a live video call to get rid of her restriction order. Gu Yanran was also stunned. She looked around in the courtroom and mumbled, "That works." There was a live video call in court. Jean Wani gritted her teeth and said loudly, "Objection. The possibility of a live video call being fake is too high. Who knows if the person sitting there was Yi Xian himself? Who knows if it interfered with his answers? We can't accept this kind of method." Gu Nianji looked at Jean Wani with amusement and wagged a finger playfully. "Lawyer Jean, although I said it's a remote video call, it doesn't mean Yi Xian has to testify on the other side of the ocean. We can choose a room in this courthouse and make sure it's at least 10 meters away from the courtroom. Then, Yi Xian will sit in that room alone and use the live video call to connect to us here. Then, won't we be able to guarantee that the person testifying is Yi Xian himself? And he will definitely not be interfered with by the outside world." How could she come up with such a stupid idea? When Gu Nianji proposed this idea, Hu Xiaoheng, who was watching the live broadcast from the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, couldn't help smiling. At this point, Jean Wani and Gu Yanran could only glare. They couldn't think of any ideas to continue stopping Yi Xian from testifying in court. The judge nodded with a smile. Okay, we'll follow the plaintiff's suggestion. Open the small conference room next to Court C. There's a webcam there that can connect to here. By saying this, the judge agreed to allow Yi Xian to testify in court. Jean Wani's expression darkened. She silently sat next to Gu Yanran and tilted her head to whisper something to her. Gu Yanran looked at her with uncertainty and whispered, "Is there really no way to stop it?" Jean Wani shook her head and didn't say anything. However, the expression on her face proved that there was no way to change it. Just as Gu Nianji had expected, Yi Xian testifying in court wasn't to increase the credibility of the list of assets, but to increase the psychological pressure on Gu Yanran. Soon after, Yi Xian, who had been waiting outside the courthouse, was summoned. Gu Nianji told him over the phone about the new method of testifying. When Yi Xian heard that he didn't have to face Gu Yanran directly, he sighed in relief and smiled. "That's great. This is the most suitable method for me to appear in court." He followed the bailiff to the small conference room next to Court C. The court staff turned on the webcam for him and connected it to Court A's internet system. In Court A, the large computer screen hung down from the wall. The connection was connected, and the handsome Yi Xian appeared on the screen. "Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen, I am Yi Xian," he said politely. His slightly sunken eyes were even more charming. This was the third watch. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. P.S. Thank you, everyone, for persevering in your recommendation votes every day. Your simple effort can help Major General get on the list. Thank you. Good night, everyone. Chapter 868. Gu Yanran stared in disbelief at the handsome man with chiseled features on the big screen. He broke through her restraining order just like that. Why didn't this person die overseas? She deeply regretted not getting rid of him in Barbados, but how could she have known that this man, who had once been so loyal to her, would turn on her? It would have been easier to do it in the United States. Unfortunately, she had miscalculated He Zhichu. If He Zhichu hadn't suddenly intervened, Yi Xian would have been dead a long time ago. Gu Yanran thought about it and couldn't help looking around the courtroom. She finally saw that not only was Hu Xiaoheng not here, but He Zhichu was also not here. It looked like Gu Nianji had really broken up with Hu Xiaoheng. Although Hu Xiaoheng didn't come personally, he sent one of his right-hand men, Yin Shixiang, to listen in. He Zhichu didn't send anyone. There were only a few people on Gu Nianji's side, and she could almost recognize all of them. General Ji's personal secretary, Secretary Chao, Speaker Long's subordinate, Special Assistant Yang, Gu Nianji's roommate, Ma Qiqi, and Yin Shixiang. That was all. On the other hand, there was a large group of people on his side. It looked like Gu Nianji's position wasn't that stable. Gu Yanran's lips curled up and she suddenly smiled. After the judge verified Yi Xian's identity, he said to Gu Nianji, "Plaintiff, you can ask your new witness." Gu Nianji bowed slightly and thanked the judge. She put on the Bluetooth headset the bailiff gave her and began talking to Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, can you hear me?" "I can hear you, Lawyer Gu." "Hello." Yi Xian's voice was a typical baritone. He had grown up overseas, so he had learned his Chinese in a Chinese language school overseas. Although he spoke very fluently, his pronunciation was not very accurate. He had a bit of the languid accent that foreigners had when they spoke Chinese. "Hello." Gu Nianji picked up her list of questions and began her first round of questioning. "Yi Xian, please tell me about your relationship with the Gu family." Gu Yanran's heart suddenly sank. She thought Gu Nianji was going to ask Yi Xian how he had obtained the inventory of the Gu family's assets. She was already prepared to reprimand Yi Xian for being a traitor and having no professional ethics for revealing his employer's financial status to someone other than his employer. He hadn't expected Gu Nianji to take the unusual route. She didn't even ask about the inventory of the assets. Instead, she acted like she wanted to pull a fast one. Jean Wani also understood Gu Nianji's intentions, so she smiled slightly and raised her hand. Objection. The questions asked by the plaintiff have nothing to do with the case. Please don't beat around the bush and waste everyone's precious time. Gu Nianji immediately said to the judge, Your Honor, I will soon prove that my problem is closely related to this case. The judge thought for a moment, then lowered his head and wrote something on a piece of paper. Please prove that your question is relevant to this case as soon as possible. Gu Nianji nodded and motioned for Yi Xian to answer her question on the big screen. Yi Xian coughed softly as he looked at the camera. There was a moment of shock on his face as if he was lost in his memories. After a while, a clear baritone voice came from the surround sound system in the courtroom. The effect was amazing, and the sound effects were so realistic that it was like he was personally standing in the courtroom and speaking. I was an orphan in Barbados. Ever since I could remember, I grew up in an orphanage in Barbados. When I was 7, Mr. Gu Xiangwen picked me out of the orphanage and hired a professional teacher to teach me all kinds of basic skills. 3 years later, he sent me to boarding school in the United States. I went there for 8 years. Later, when I found out that something had happened to Mr. Gu, I came back from the United States to help Miss Gu Yanran manage the Gu family's assets. Yi Xian spoke in general terms and didn't go into the details. Gu Yanran breathed a sigh of relief and secretly hoped that Yi Xian would still care about their past relationship. Unfortunately, even if Yi Xian hadn't taken the initiative to say it, Gu Nianji wouldn't have let go of this opportunity. She had already decided to show no mercy to Gu Yanran. Why would she care if it would ruin her reputation? After Yi Xian finished speaking, Gu Nianji stood in front of the big screen and continued to ask, You said that Mr. Gu Xiangwen picked you out of the orphanage when you were 7. May I ask why he picked you and not someone else? This question was a bit sharp. Gu Yanran clenched her fists. Her palms were sweating. Yi Xian was silent for a while. Looking at the camera, he slowly smiled. You may not believe it, but Mr. Gu Xiangwen picked me back then, not because I was special in any way. It was purely because of you, Miss Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji replied with an "Oh," and her dark eyes flashed. Why was that? When you were 7, I was only 4. What decision could I make? No one would take a 4-year-old's words seriously. Yi Xian smiled at that moment, and his deep-set features blossomed into a moving expression. His tone became even more alluring. But Mr. Gu is different. In his heart, no matter how young Miss Gu Nianji is, he will listen attentively to what she has to say and agree to all of her requests. At that time, I was picked only because Miss Gu Nianji took a liking to me and pointed me out in the crowd. Gu Nianji froze. She didn't expect this to be the reason. Yi Xian had never mentioned this in the information he gave her. Gu Yanran trembled with anger on the defendant's stand. Her lips trembled as she squeezed the words out of her teeth. Shameless. That was clearly me. Jean Wani's heart skipped a beat. She moved closer to Gu Yanran's ear and asked. You said you were the one who took a liking to Yi Xian when he was young. It wasn't Gu Nianji. Of course it wasn't her. Gu Yanran hid the trace of panic in her eyes. I'm father's biological daughter. Why would he listen to an adopted daughter? Really? What evidence do you have? Jean Wani continued to ask. Gu Yanran thought about it and lowered her voice. Ask Yi Xian what the name of that little girl was. Jean Wani froze, and Gu Yanran moved closer to her ear to whisper something again. Jean Wani acted like she had found a treasure. She didn't even bother to raise her hand and stood up to ask, Mr. Yi Xian, may I ask what the name of that little girl was? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Her name was Gu Nianji. How did you know that? Did Mr. Gu tell you personally that the little girl was called Gu Nianji? Jean Wani suddenly asked such a strange question. Gu Nianji originally wanted to stop Jean Wani from speaking because it was time for the plaintiff to cross-examine the witness. However, Jean Wani was aggressive and happened to ask one of Gu Nianji's doubts, so Gu Nianji didn't stop her. Yi Xian looked at Gu Yanran, who was sitting next to Jean Wani. His emotionless gaze lingered on her face for a while. Yi Xian slowly said, "No. Then may I ask how you knew that little girl was Gu Nianji? And not someone else?" Jean Wani became even more excited. "Also, how did you know that little girl was 4 years old? And not some other age?" Yi Xian pursed his lips and didn't speak for a while. "Then can I infer that you actually don't know what that little girl's name is or how old she is? Someone else told you to say all of this, right?" Jean Wani's question was practically blatantly accusing Gu Nianji of colluding with Yi Xian to give false testimony. The truth was that these were indeed Yi Xian's one-sided statement. Gu Nianji also asked at this time, "Lawyer Jin's words make sense. Yi Xian, how did you know that little girl's name back then? If Mr. Gu Xiangwen didn't tell you personally." However, when Jean Wani asked the same question, she looked like she was nitpicking. But when Gu Nianji asked, she spoke in a gentle tone like she was trying to fill in the gaps. Different ways of speaking gave people different feelings. Yi Xian finally pulled himself together and thought about it before saying, "Although Mr. Gu Xiangwen didn't personally tell me that the little girl was called Gu Nianji back then, he did say that her name was Sirius. I later found out that was Miss Gu Nianji's English name. Therefore, it was reasonable to infer that the little girl was Miss Gu Nianji, and the age also matched." "So you're saying that you actually don't know who that little girl is, and you're just guessing, right?" Jean Wani pressed on, and her questions were very sharp. Although Yi Xian didn't want to admit it, it was true. He had only inferred not long ago that the little girl was Gu Nianji and not Gu Yanran. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't speak, Jean Wani finally said to the judge with a victorious expression, "Your Honor, the truth is that the person who followed Mr. Gu Xiangwen to the orphanage to choose Yi Xian was not Gu Nianji, but my client, Gu Yanran. Sirius was originally my client's English name when she was young. However, my client didn't like the name later, so she changed it to Jasmine and gave the English name Ceresis to Mr. Gu's adopted daughter, Gu Nianji. That's why Mr. Yi Xian mistakenly put the blame on someone else." As soon as she finished speaking, the courtroom was instantly in an uproar. Did Yi Xian accidentally mistake someone, or did he conspire with Gu Nianji to deliberately mislead the public? Even the judge's expression didn't look too good. He looked coldly at Yi Xian on the big screen and said, "Mr. Yi, as a witness, you must guarantee that everything you say is true, and you can only say the truth. If you can't do this, not only will you not be able to testify, but you may also commit the felonies of giving false testimony and obstructing justice." Gu Yanran instantly breathed a sigh of relief, and her already hunched back straightened again. She looked at Gu Nianji with a smile and loosened her tightly clenched fists. "Let's see how you deal with this." Gu Nianji's mind had been completely occupied by what Yi Xian had said about Gu Xiangwen. How could she forget such a good father? Gu Nianji hated her memory loss like never before. She composed herself and nodded at the slightly embarrassed Yi Xian on the big screen. She said calmly, "Thank you, Yi Xian. I believe your testimony is true." However, she changed the topic and turned to look at Gu Yanran and Jean Wani, who were sitting at the defendant's stand. "Lawyer Jin's doubts are also reasonable. However, I beg to differ with the explanation given by Lawyer Jean. Of course you won't admit it." Jean Wani smiled very brightly. "It wasn't easy to find a witness, so how could I not make use of him? Unfortunately, things didn't go according to my wishes." Gu Nianji walked in front of Jean Wani and folded her hands behind her back. Her posture was ramrod straight, and her sparkling black eyes were captivating. She asked. Lawyer Jean, you said that Gu Yanran once changed her English name. May I ask if you have evidence? Jean Wani's smile froze for a moment, and she quickly glanced at Gu Yanran. This was what Gu Yanran had just told her. Where was the evidence? Gu Yanran immediately said, I was still young at the time, and my English name was originally a pet name. I don't know what evidence you want. That's right, the name on Gu Yanran's passport was Yanran Ku, not Jasmine Ku. Also, the Gus were all gone, so no one knew about this past. Oh, so it was just a pet name without any basis. Miss Gu Yanran is really capable. You're really used to taking other people's things for yourself. Now you're not even letting my English name go. Gu Nianji snickered and clasped her hands together. Fine, let's just assume that the English name Sirius was originally your English name. Then tell me, when did you decide to change your English name to Jasmine? Gu Yanran frowned, and her mind raced. She was afraid that she would say something wrong and be picked on by Gu Nianji, so she said vaguely. How many years has it been? How would I remember? You don't remember when you changed your name. But do you remember that you went to the orphanage and picked Yi Xian when you were 4? Do you have selective amnesia? Gu Nianji asked again. Also, when you were 4, Yi Xian was only 1, right? Gu Yanran, did you forget that you were 3 years older than Yi Xian and not 3 years younger? Gu Yanran's face flushed, and she gripped the edge of the table in front of her tightly. She gritted her teeth and said, I wasn't 4 when I first met Yi Xian. I was 7. I was small, and he thought I was 4, but I was actually 7. TSK, the difference between 7 and 4 is still very big. May I ask, Miss Gu Yanran, why do you look like you're 4 when you're 7? Is it because you're underdeveloped? You don't have enough to eat, you don't have warm clothes, and you don't have money to treat your illness? Gu Nianji was eloquent and didn't give Gu Yanran a chance to think. Gu Yanran only cared about defending herself. Plus, she was indeed underdeveloped when she was young, so she looked much smaller than normal children. Without thinking, she said. Of course, you can only eat 1 meal a day. If it were you, you wouldn't grow up either. As soon as the words left her mouth, she knew she had messed up and immediately covered her mouth with the back of her hand. Gu Nianji's expression changed, and she said seriously, a 7-year-old child is only given 1 meal a day. Defendant Miss Gu Yanran, I remember that you kept saying that you were Mr. Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter and that your father loved you the most. With Mr. Gu Xiangwen's wealth, he only gives you 1 meal a day. Is he abusing you? Or are you just making things up? Insulting the public's intelligence. You're in contempt of court. Gu Yanran's face alternated between green and red for a moment before turning purple. Her eyeballs were about to pop out of her eye sockets. This is the first 4,000-word chapter, and there are 2 chapters today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes: the second chapter is at 7 p.m. Chapter 869. Jean Wani was also shocked by Gu Yanran's words. However, she remembered that Gu Yanran was her client, and the two of them were bound together for good or bad. In layman's terms, they were in the same boat. Jean Wani saw the situation and immediately tried to stop Gu Nianji from continuing. Objection. This question has nothing to do with this case. We are fighting an estate dispute lawsuit here, and it is closely related to Mr. Gu Xiangwen. Lawyer Jean, may I ask why you think my question has nothing to do with this case? Then what question would be relevant to this case? The judge glanced at Jean Wani and raised his hand at Gu Nianji. Plaintiff, please continue. He was confirming Gu Nianji's question. Gu Nianji nodded at the judge and continued to look at Gu Yanran. Defendant Gu Yanran, please answer my question. When did Mr. Gu Xiangwen give you only one meal a day? As the world's most famous hidden tycoon, why did he only give you one meal a day? Gu Yanran instinctively raised her hand to rub her eyebrows. She thought about it for a long time before coming up with an explanation. She said weakly, I was picky and didn't like to eat. It wasn't because my father didn't want to give me food. What was going on in your head? You were picky when you were 7 and only ate one meal a day. That's why you look like a 4-year-old. Gu Nianji propped her hands on the defendant's stand and smiled at her. Didn't your pediatrician call the police when you were so severely malnourished? This is child abuse. Children in Western countries would go to the pediatrician regularly for checkups, and the doctor would urge them to go if they didn't want to. If it was really as Gu Yanran said, and Gu Yanran only ate one meal a day because she was picky, then the pediatrician who checked the children every year would not let the parents go. They would definitely call the police, and then the Social Security Department would intervene. In serious cases, the parents would be deprived of custody of their underage children. Gu Nianji told everyone about parenting in Western society, then looked at Gu Yanran with amusement. Who is your pediatrician? Can you tell me his name? If you were severely malnourished, your pediatrician would definitely have a deep impression. Gu Yanran did not expect Gu Nianji to dig so deep. It seemed that no matter what she said, Gu Nianji would always be able to find unexpected loopholes in it and torment her to the point of exhaustion. Gu Yanran stood up shakily and pointed at Gu Nianji's nose. Gu Nianji, what else are you dissatisfied with? When has the Gu family ever wronged you? What has my father not done enough, and yet you have to contrive to make life difficult for me in every way? Actually, father has been very good to you. Although you are an adopted daughter, father has never treated you like one. He has always treated you better than his own daughter. Gu Nianji reached out to push Gu Yanran's finger away. Her eyes sparkled as she replied dryly, You said I'm not his biological daughter, but father treats me better than he treats you. If this is true, then it means that either you have a problem with your character, or you have a problem with your personality. Even your biological father doesn't like you and would rather like me, an adopted child. Gu Yanran's face twitched uncontrollably. She snapped, Are you an idiot? How could you take my polite words seriously? However, Gu Nianji had no intention of letting her off the hook. Propping up her elbow with one hand, she waved the list of assets that Yi Xian had given her in front of Gu Yanran with the other. Her fingers were as white as onion tubes. She stared into Gu Yanran's eyes. TSK, so you're saying that what you said earlier was false? It can be seen that you are a downright hypocritical person. What's the point of saying all these empty words? Do you want me to be grateful? Or do you want everyone to praise you and say that it's a blessing to be on the losing end? Why don't I see you admitting that this list of assets is real? Gu Yanran's face had already turned purple. Jean Wani was rubbing her hands anxiously on the side. However, Gu Nianji was standing in front of them, so she couldn't remind Gu Yanran to stop talking. In front of Gu Nianji, it was better to speak less. The more he said, the more mistakes he made. Gu Yanran was a painful example. What's wrong? Not talking anymore. You haven't explained these contradictions yet. Gu Nianji slowly leaned forward and almost asked Gu Yanran's face. Gu Yanran, there's one more thing. Yi Xian was 7 years old when he first met that little girl. You're 3 years older than Yi Xian. If that little girl was you, then you should be 10 years old, not 7. Your math was probably taught by the school janitor. I'm guessing that even the physical education teacher wouldn't be able to teach math at your level. Gu Yanran's heart skipped a beat. Even her eyelids couldn't stop twitching. She turned her head and saw Jean Wani's anxious expression from the corner of her eye. She immediately understood and shut her mouth. She sat down and didn't continue Gu Nianji's conversation. Gu Nianji had one hand behind her back and the other on the defendant's stand in front of Gu Yanran. She smiled and said, "Or you're actually 10 years old and look for TSK, then it wouldn't be normal malnutrition. It would be congenital, dwarfism." She looked Gu Yanran up and down. "But looking at you, although you're not tall, you're definitely not short either. You're definitely not a dwarf. Since we've eliminated the possibility of you being a dwarf, then it's impossible for you to look 4 years old at 10. As she spoke, Gu Nianji turned to look at the big screen and asked Yi Xian, who had been quietly listening to Gu Nianji and Gu Yanran's conversation, "Yi Xian, please describe what little Gu Nianji looked like at that time. Also, how did you know her age?" Yi Xian had already memorized this incident and recalled it countless times. He could answer even with his eyes closed. That little girl was fair and chubby. She had naturally curly hair and wore a small sun hat. Her arms were fair and tender like lotus roots. Uncle Gu carried her in his arms and patrolled the entire orphanage. As for her age, it was actually just a guess. I only remember that her height was similar to a little girl in the orphanage. That little girl was 4 years old. At that time, he was also rather small and skinny. He was alone in the corner and didn't dare to squeeze to the front. That child, who was well protected by his father, saw Yi Xian sleeping on the ground in the crowd. She merely pointed, and Yi Xian's fate was changed just like that. The corners of Gu Nianji's lips curled up as she walked back to Gu Yanran and Jin Wani's defendant's stand. Gu Nianji knocked on the defendant's stand. "Did you hear that? That 4-year-old girl was fair and tender, and her arms were as fat as lotus roots. There's no way she was a severely malnourished patient." "So, Gu Yanran, you're lying. I have reason to believe that the inventory of the Gu assets you provided was also fake." Gu Yanran's heart was pounding. She couldn't help but push Jin Wani to get her to speak. Jin Wani composed herself and coughed. "Gu Nianji, Yi Xian's words also have no evidence to prove what happened that year. Don't you think you're nitpicking if you only listen to his side of the story, and it's the testimony of someone whose credibility is very low?" Gu Nianji spread her hands. "Your client, Gu Yanran, spoke incoherently and was caught lying by me, so you came out to smooth things over. Lawyer Jin, if we want to speak in the language of the law, don't get in the way of me continuing to cross-examine the witness and the defendant." Jin Wani laughed coldly as she threw a folder onto the defendant's stand in front of her. "Fine, ask away. When you're done, I can ask as well." "Okay, please wait a moment." Gu Nianji raised her hand politely and turned to gesture at Yi Xian on the big screen. She continued to ask, "And then? Then why were you sent to boarding school in the United States?" Yi Xian looked at Gu Nianji quietly for a while before replying honestly, "Uncle Gu hired many teachers for me to teach me some basic knowledge. I worked very hard for the past 3 years and practically studied in isolation. Every year, that little girl came to the orphanage with her father, who was Uncle Gu. The first time she came, it was like a festival for me." Gu Nianji's eyes were a bit moist. She pursed her lips and looked up at the ceiling of the courtroom for a while. Continue. One day, 3 years later, I finished elementary school and middle school with excellent grades. To reward me, Uncle Gu took me and that little girl on a vacation. Yi Xian lowered his head slightly as he spoke. That little girl's temper became worse and worse. She was very gloomy and didn't speak much. She was a bit different from 3 years ago. However, Uncle Gu was still very good to her and always asked me to be considerate of her. He said that her health wasn't very good, so I had to give in to her. Actually, Uncle Gu didn't have to say that. Even if that little girl was healthy and had a bad temper, I still wouldn't despise her or ignore her. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat as she looked at Yi Xian nervously. "And then? And then I accidentally fell into the sea. That little girl was surprisingly good at swimming. She was only about 7 or 8 years old, but she swam fast and steadily. She caught me by surprise and saved me. She saved me, but she also became very ill. Although Uncle Goo didn't blame me, I knew that he still felt bad. After that, he immediately sent me to boarding school in the United States. That little girl was still hospitalized at the time, so I didn't even have time to say goodbye to her. Gu Nianji finally knew that Yi Xian and little Gu Nianji had such a history. That's a pity. That little girl was so good to you, but you mistook her for someone else. Gu Nianji shook her head regretfully. Yi Xian looked at her and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't that a little girl, referring to her? I mistook her for someone else, but I was intentionally misled by someone else. Yi Xian sat up straight and looked in Gu Yanran's direction through the camera. When I was in boarding school in the United States, there was once an online friend who kept chatting with me anonymously. Later, I checked her IP address and discovered that it was from Uncle Gu's house. I knew it was you, that little girl. During the 8 years he was in boarding school in the United States, he was actually very lonely and didn't have any close friends. That was because there were more than 1,000 people in that school, and there were very few people from ordinary families like him. They weren't even in the same class. But one day 7 years ago, that online friend suddenly stopped coming online. I waited for a few days and finally called the Goose. At the time, it was the Goose servant who answered. After the servant answered, my online friend came online that night. Yi Xian finished speaking and looked in Gu Yanran's direction with a half-smile. So from that time on, the little girl had already changed. Right? Gu Yanran. How did you know it was that day? Gu Nianji asked curiously. She had no memory of that time at all, and she didn't remember being a bad-tempered little girl when she was young, but she was still considered kind-hearted. Yi Xian said, 4 years ago, I finally found out about Uncle Gu's accident and rushed back to help the Goos. Then I found out that Uncle Gu had gotten into an accident 7 years ago. The day he got into an accident was also the day Gu Nianji went missing at sea. My anonymous online friend also stopped coming online for a long time from that day onwards. If you already knew that the little girl had gone missing at that time, why didn't you look for her? Gu Nianji couldn't help asking. Yi Xian hung his head a little uneasily. I didn't know she was missing at the time. Gu Yanran already told me she was chatting with me. She didn't go online for those days because she was dealing with her parents' plane crash and searching for her missing sister, Gu Nianji. I just found out that Uncle Gu adopted another daughter while I was gone. Her name is Gu Nianji. This reason did make sense. With such a big thing happening at home, how could he still chat with his netizens as if nothing had happened? He chatted with Gu Yanran about their childhood, and Gu Yanran was able to keep up with him. He had some doubts at first, but Gu Yanran's casual style of chatting dispelled those doubts. When Gu Nianji heard this, she suddenly had something she couldn't understand. If what Yi Xian and Gu Yanran said was true, then Gu Nianji had disappeared while out at sea. Then why did she end up in a car in the downtown area of Sea City of the Huaxia Empire? This is the second chapter, 3,500 words long. There are 2 chapters today. A reminder for the recommendation votes and monthly votes. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 870. Gu Nianji's thoughts went astray for a moment, but she quickly became alert. Now wasn't the time for her to investigate her past. It was Gu Yanran's time to perform, and she couldn't steal the spotlight. Gu Nianji collected her thoughts and quietly waited for Yi Xian to finish speaking before nodding at him. Thank you. She then summarized what Yi Xian had just said. Mr. Yi Xian just said that the person who chatted with him anonymously should have been someone else, but Gu Yanran pretended to be that person. Is that right? Yi Xian replied, yes. Why did it sound so strange? Yi Xian added, the person who chatted with me anonymously was Miss Gu Nianji when she was young. I know you lost your memory due to trauma and can't remember what happened when you were young, but it was indeed you at that time. Gu Nianji squinted, her bright eyes thoughtful. She turned around and stood in front of Gu Yanran. She suddenly said in a low voice, defended Gu Yanran, why did you pretend to be me and chat with Yi Xian? Why did you lie about how you were the one who picked Yi Xian at the orphanage? Gu Yanran was shocked by Gu Nianji's question. She originally thought she could stop Yi Xian from testifying in court, but she didn't expect to succeed. How could she accept the things that Yi Xian had revealed? Gu Yanran looked at Yi Xian on the big screen with deep resentment and remained silent with a blank expression. Gu Nianji turned to look at Jean Wani, who was standing beside Gu Yanran. Lawyer Jean, your client isn't speaking. Isn't it your turn to speak? Jean Wani looked at Gu Yanran hesitantly and whispered in her ear, Yanran, do you want to answer, or should I? But I don't know anything about your past. Must I answer? Gu Yanran frowned. What does this have to do with the estate dispute? It's too important. Jean Wani couldn't even ask for a pause. Gu Nianji is trying to prove that you're lying, so, lie. Gu Yanran's fists instinctively clenched, and her arms jumped. I'm not lying. Why would I need to lie? At that moment, she thought of Gu Xiangwen, who was still lying in the Special Operations Forces base hospital, and immediately calmed down. She looked up at Gu Nianji and said dryly, Gu Nianji, you chatted anonymously with Yi Xian. Show me the evidence. As for me, I have all the evidence to prove that I was the one who chatted anonymously with Yi Xian. Also, I was 7 when I first met Yi Xian at the orphanage. Her thoughts went back to that day more than a decade ago, when a hurricane mixed with seawater struck the island nation of Barbados. The island was filled with palm trees that had been blown down by the hurricane, houses that had been flooded by the sea, destroyed roads, and tall lampposts that had been snapped in the middle, blocking the roads. Her plane was the first one to land after the disaster. Her mother held her little hand and led her down the high spiral staircase. Looking at the scene of the island being ravaged by the hurricane, she murmured, Yanran, mother will take you to find someone. That year, she was 7. Gu Yanran closed her eyes and suppressed her emotions before opening them again to look at Yi Xian on the big screen. She said dryly, Yi Xian, the first time I saw you, I was indeed 7 years old. You were only 4 at the time. You definitely don't remember, but I still remember that day. It was raining heavily, and the wind was so strong that it blew many roofs off. I saw you first among all the orphans, but you ignored everyone at the time and sat in the corner alone, hugging a little bear pillow. Yi Xian froze. Do you still remember little sister Ran Ran who played house with you when you were 4? Gu Yanran's voice softened. Our relationship is even deeper than what you remember, little sister Ran Ran. Yi Xian lost his composure and stood up. He almost rushed in front of the camera, his breathing heavy and his voice nervous. You're really little sister Ran Ran. How do you know little sister Ran Ran? Why have you never mentioned that you're little sister Ran Ran? The thin and delicate little sister Ran Ran from back then was actually Gu Yanran. She really didn't look like a 7-year-old girl at the time. Gu Yanran smiled miserably. I thought you already knew. Yi Xian was shocked beyond belief. What had he done? Who was the person he should be grateful to and protect? Yi Xian's bewildered gaze darted between Gu Nianji and Gu Yanran. He was confused for a moment, and it felt like a swarm of bees had entered his brain. Not only were they buzzing, but they were also constantly stinging him. He let out a short cry of pain and collapsed in front of the camera with his hands around his head. Gu Nianji turned to look at the big screen and reminded Yi Xian. Her voice was calm and clear, and it had a calming power. Yi Xian, please calm down. The person who played house with you back then might want your life now. Her words made the slightly confused Yi Xian instantly sober up. Yes, she was as beautiful as she was back then, and now she was as ugly. After a beautiful relationship was destroyed, it was best for two people to never see each other again for the rest of their lives. Gu Yanran was angry as soon as she heard that. Gu Nianji. Don't slander me. This is in court, and I will still sue you for slander if you speak nonsense. When did I want Yi Xian's life? Did I say it was you? Gu Nianji snorted. I don't believe that you were the only one who played house with Yi Xian back then. Why are you in such a hurry to jump into the picture? Jin Wani had no choice but to speak up for Gu Yanran. Just now, my client said that she played house with Yi Xian when she was young, and the plaintiff immediately said that the person who played house with him back then wants his life now. Such an obvious hint and reference can be understood by anyone with a brain. The plaintiff, please don't deceive yourself. Gu Nianji was silent. She didn't expect these two people's combat power to rise again. Yi Xian's experience in the United States was indeed very difficult to directly link to Gu Yanran. Even if they knew deep down that this matter was inextricably linked to Gu Yanran, they couldn't bring this matter to court because they didn't have evidence. Gu Nianji reminded Yi Xian to wake up his slightly confused thoughts. She didn't want to accuse Gu Yanran of hiring someone to kill him. From this angle, Gu Yanran's accusation that she was slandering was not groundless. However, because Gu Nianji's wording was vague, and she only said possibly, she didn't insist that Gu Yanran had hired someone to kill him. Therefore, even if they really wanted to sue her, it would be difficult to file a case. However, the judge still warned Gu Nianji fairly, "Plaintiff, please watch your words." "Okay, Your Honor." Gu Nianji nodded and gave in. Jin Wani and Gu Yanran breathed a huge sigh of relief. They looked at each other, and their confidence increased. Gu Nianji didn't give them any more time to breathe and immediately asked the next question. "Defendant Gu Yanran, you just said that you picked Yi Xian when he was 4, but why did Yi Xian only find out that he was picked after 3 years? And it was picked by a 4-year-old girl. You still haven't explained who that little girl was." Gu Yanran opened her mouth, and Gu Nianji immediately said, "Please don't continue to insult our intelligence and insist that the 4-year-old girl was you. You were already 10 at that time, so you couldn't pretend to be a 4-year-old girl." Gu Yanran glared at her fiercely. "That was another orphan." "Yes, it was you, Gu Nianji. That time, your father adopted you. And Yi Xian was picked not because you pointed him out, but because I had my eyes on Yi Xian for a long time." Gu Nianji didn't care about the resentment in Gu Yanran's words. She organized the two people's words and slowly sorted out the two clues. In other words, Mr. Gu Xiangwen actually went to the orphanage twice. The first time was when defendant Gu Yanran was 7 and Yi Xian was 4. According to Gu Yanran, she picked Yi Xian at that time. 3 years later, Gu Xiangwen went to the orphanage again. This time, he adopted Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji paused when she said her name. She felt it was a little strange. It was like she was talking about someone she had nothing to do with. Only this time, Yi Xian saw Gu Nianji and saw Gu Nianji point at him, and then his life was turned upside down. "Is that so?" Yi Xian was silent for a while before saying, "I remember this time 3 years later. The time 3 years ago, I only remember Sister Ranran. I don't remember seeing Uncle Gu." Yi Xian felt that he needed to see a psychiatrist when he went back now that he knew the petite Sister Ranran was actually Gu Yanran, who was 3 years older than him. At that time, my father was standing outside the window watching us play. It's correct that you don't remember him, Gu Yanran added softly. Gu Nianji smiled, her big, black eyes turning to look at Gu Yanran's face. The defendant is quite good at adding details. I'm telling the truth. Gu Yanran shrugged. You're biased against me. I'm biased against you. Gu Nianji laughed and folded her hands behind her back. But you just said yourself that you could only eat one meal a day before you turned 7. Did I make that up? Gu Yanran's expression changed. What do you mean? Gu Yanran, you still haven't explained why you could only eat one meal a day before you turned 7. What's going on? Gu Nianji refused to let go of this loophole. Let's say you're Mr. Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter and the little princess he doted on. Then may I ask why he only gave you one meal a day before you turned 7? Gu Yanran's mind raced, but she realized that no matter what she said, she couldn't explain it clearly. She wanted to say that it was a slip of the tongue, but Sister Ran had just come out, so she couldn't deny that she was severely malnourished at that time. In the end, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and say, "Did I say that my father only gave me one meal a day? Then who was the one who only gave you one meal a day? Before I turned 7, I wasn't with my father. I was with my mother." Gu Yanran's expression turned completely cold. This was the first update. There were monthly votes added today, so she tried her best to update 3 times, a reminder to everyone about the recommendation votes and monthly votes at around 1 in the afternoon. The monthly votes were 1,500 plus updates. At 7 in the evening, the third update. Chapter 871. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time Gu Yanran had mentioned her mother. You mean, before you were 7, you were with your mother and not with your father, Gu Xiangwen? Gu Nianji immediately asked, and your mother only gave you one meal a day. Why wasn't your mother with your father? Gu Yanran was stunned by the question. She rubbed her temples and finally said unhappily, "Does this have anything to do with our case?" Of course it does. Gu Nianji focused on answering her. She thought that Gu Xiangwen had bid for a pink diamond crown for his biological daughter when she was 1 year old. How could he let his daughter leave him? This didn't make sense at all. Gu Nianji refused to believe it. Jean Wani frowned and stood up to say to Gu Nianji, "Plaintiff, please explain what the relationship is. I think we're already going too far." The judge nodded. "I agree to the defendant's lawyer's request. Plaintiff, please explain your reason for asking this question." Gu Nianji thought this question was, of course, to prove Gu Yanran's identity. Gu Yanran's true identity was directly related to the ownership of the Gu fortune. However, she currently didn't have solid evidence to prove that Gu Yanran wasn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. Also, the fake Gu Xiangwen was still lying in the Special Operations Forces base hospital. If she rashly threw out this point now, it would only make Gu Yanran accuse her. Therefore, she wouldn't take the initiative to say it. She wanted to beat around the bush until Gu Yanran couldn't help but reveal her trump card. And she still had to wait for an even more important witness. Gu Nianji was very calm in court. She quickly thought of an alternative reason and turned to face the judge. "Your Honor, Gu Yanran just said that she went to the orphanage with Gu Xiangwen when she was 7 and saw the 4-year-old Yi Xian for the first time there. Now she's saying that she was with her mother and not with her father before she was 7. I think this statement is contradictory." Gu Yanran interrupted Gu Nianji and said with disdain, "When I was 7, my mother brought me back to Barbados to live with my father. It was also that year that my father brought me to the orphanage, and I saw the 4-year-old Yi Xian. Is there a problem with that?" Gu Nianji smiled. "It's much smoother now." Like squeezing toothpaste, she made Gu Yanran slowly squeeze out the truth from the past. Gu Yanran frowned. "Are you kidding me? How could that be?" The court is a serious place, so please don't overdo it. Gu Nianji retorted with a straight face, then regrouped herself. What's your mother's name? Where did you live 7 years ago? Why did your mother separate from your father? You have to say that. Gu Yanran was even more displeased. This is my family's privacy. Gu Nianji's expression darkened. She walked to Gu Yanran's dock and knocked on the table. Defendant, you're already in court, and it's a family inheritance case. Your so-called privacy is not protected here. If you don't say it, then what you said before has no factual evidence to support it, so it can't be used as testimony. What did you say? What I said just now was all true. Why can't it be used as testimony? Gu Yanran was furious. What you said is only your side of the story. If there's no evidence to support it, then I can make up dozens of stories like this, and all of them will be even smoother than what you just said. But can you believe it? Therefore, when the court hears a case, not only do they need witnesses, but they also need material evidence to make a reasonable and legal judgment. Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows with a disapproving expression. She looked like she was telling Gu Yanran to continue making things up. Gu Yanran didn't expect Gu Nianji to not believe her after she said so much. She couldn't help panicking. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. I've said everything I can. Gu Nianji took out a pen and paper to record. Without looking up, she said, say your mother's name and where you used to live. If you don't want to say the reason why your mother separated from your father for 7 years, it's up to you. Gu Yanran shut her mouth. Like a clam, she couldn't be pried open again. Not saying. Gu Nianji put down the pen. Gu Yanran, you don't think I can't find out, do you? Jean Wani sighed and raised her hand to the judge. Objection. The plaintiff's questions have strayed too far from the case. The judge was silent for a while, then nodded. Agreed. Plaintiff, please change your target to the Gu family's assets. Gu Nianji felt a bit regretful. She was so close to forcing out Gu Yanran's mother's name, but the judge wouldn't allow it. Jean Wani still had some tricks up her sleeve. Gu Nianji put away the pen and paper and said, Gu Yanran, I'm very sorry to hear that your mother abused you. I hope you won't. Gu Yanran interrupted her and said stiffly, my mother didn't abuse me. Don't think too much. Oh. Giving a 7-year-old child only 1 meal a day isn't that abuse? Gu Nianji shook her head. Forget it. I'm just being nosy. Anyway, as long as you're happy. Gu Yanran clenched her fists and held it in. She was worried that she would think of her days before she was 7 years old and still couldn't hold it in. She glared at Gu Nianji's back and said, of course you don't know what it's like to be poor. At that time, we had no money and could only eat 1 meal a day. That was because we only had enough money to eat 1 meal. Gu Nianji suddenly turned around. Gu Yanran didn't have time to retract the resentment in her eyes, so Gu Nianji saw it all. She walked in front of Gu Yanran and suddenly asked, Gu Yanran, you're Gu Xiangwen's illegitimate daughter. Your mother is Gu Xiangwen's mistress. Nonsense. Gu Yanran was shocked, then blushed. She slammed the table angrily and stood up. Don't talk nonsense. My mother, is my father's legitimate wife. Really? Is there a marriage certificate? Gu Nianji smiled at Gu Yanran and clapped her hands. Legitimate wife? That's great. Where do we register? Marriage certificates are easy to check. Gu Yanran, you can finally produce a decent piece of evidence to prove your identity. Gu Yanran was speechless. She held on to the table of the defendant's stand, her body swaying slightly, and her eyes flickered. Say it. Is this also a private matter? Gu Nianji spread her hands and looked around the courtroom. Everyone from the legal profession. Would the court's request for a marriage certificate violate a citizen's privacy? Of course not. This was one of the identity documents with legal effect. Gu Yanran was stunned for a long time before stammering. Well, I wasn't even born when they got married. How would I know where they registered it? Also, how would the younger generation see something like a marriage certificate? Since you don't know where they registered it and haven't seen their marriage certificate, and your parents have always been separated, what right do you have to say that they are legally married? Gu Nianji had always been the type to pursue any loopholes and try to expand the other party's loopholes. Gu Yanran threw out such a big argument but couldn't produce any substantial evidence. It was already very suspicious. Gu Nianji didn't say anything else and only stared at Gu Yanran quietly. Her gaze was so intense that Gu Yanran found it hard to breathe. Jin Wani glared at Gu Nianji. She didn't expect Gu Nianji to turn Gu Yanran from Gu Xiangwen's legitimate biological daughter to an illegitimate daughter. Objection. The plaintiff is using baseless speculation to figure out my client's identity. This is an attempt to discredit her. Jin Wani stood up again to object. Gu Nianji shot back at Jin Wani. Your client is using baseless stories to fabricate her identity. This is an attempt to swindle me. What right do you have to say it's a story? Jin Wani was furious. Do you have any evidence? What did Gu Yanran say just now? Did she have any evidence? Gu Nianji snorted. We can send someone to the orphanage in Barbados to investigate and find out what happened all those years ago. At this moment, Yi Xian, who had been silent all this time on the big screen, said with a strange expression. That orphanage in Barbados had a big fire a few years ago. Many people died, and all the information from that year was burned. Gu Nianji immediately turned to look at Gu Yanran and sneered. What a coincidence. Gu Yanran, you've destroyed everything or anyone related to you and my past. What are you talking about? I'm also very sorry about the Barbados orphanage. What are you hinting at? Gu Yanran relaxed and regained some of her elegance. She slowly sat down and leaned back against the hardwood chair in the courtroom. She felt a little awkward. Gu Yanran, since we're at this point, I'll tell you why I'm asking about your past and your mother. Gu Nianji returned to the plaintiff's stand and took out a form she had made herself to show everyone the reason. Everyone, please take a look. First, more than a year ago, after Gu Yanran found out that I was her missing sister, all the servants in the Gu family in Barbados died in a kidnapping case. As far as I know, many of those servants had worked for the Gu family for more than a decade or two. Second, Yi Xian is now saying that the orphanage from that year was also burned to the ground. So no one knows what happened to Sister Ran Ran at the orphanage back then. Third, Gu Yanran refused to tell us her mother's name or where they lived before they went to Barbados. She also couldn't produce her mother's marriage certificate with Gu Xiangwen. Finally, when we checked Gu Yanran's school records, other than the fact that she attended a butler's school in England, there were no other records. All these signs indicate that Gu Yanran was trying to hide her true identity. Gu Yanran's eyes narrowed. How did Gu Nianji know that she attended a butler's school in England? This was the second update, and the monthly tickets had been delivered to her. She had monthly tickets for the third update today, so she tried her best to get the third update. A reminder to everyone about the recommendation and monthly tickets. The third update was at 7 p.m. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.